up, chat? Playing Rocket League because I don't know what else to do. We'll go from Rocket League to news or something. Or I don't know. We'll do something. Change it up a little bit, you know? I don't know how well this game's gonna be while streaming though. So laggy. I got champ in threes last night. First time in forever. And then, so we'll see. We'll see if we can keep it going. So far, people aren't that good yet. Yeah. I figured my teammate would jump for that. Wow. Not good. I kind of hit that ball right at that guy, so it's kind of my fault. Okay, I was gonna say, nobody's scoring that? I was playing that before I went to work, trying to do all the BS to do comp. Wait, what do you have to do? You have to do stuff to play comp? That's fucking stupid. Since when? What happened to the good old days when you could just jump right into comp? Come on. Oh, what a nice shot, dude. Nice shot. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I saw you on last night. I invited you, but you didn't accept the invite. I was like, how rude. Why is that guy bumping me? What a guy. Oh, my teammate is freestyling? Okay. He almost had that redirect. Oh, man. Why? Should have just let me have it. Oh my gosh. I should have scored that. Nope. I gotta stay up here. My other teammate went all the way back. Oh wait, that guy's insane. Challenges and doing the training tutorials on different skill levels, almost done. I can't believe you have to do all that just to play competitive. That's so dumb. That shouldn't be a thing. Oh, I missed. That flick was, last night for you was morning for me? Wait, what? You live in America. What are you talking about? Oh, maybe it was like 11 at night. So I get what you're saying. Okay. Why would you do that? You don't know how to take control of the ball. Uh-oh. That little last touch fucked that guy up. Oh my god, why do you keep passing it to them? Okay. My teammates are throwing now. Oh my gosh. Teammate! Why was he backwards in the net? That's my question. Why? Why would you jump for that, dude? Like, for real. I would have set you up with a pass. But no, you had to jump for a backboard touch you would never hit in your life. Okay. My teammates suck. Even though they scored all the goals, they're like really bad. Like, they keep passing them the ball for no reason. What a good pass. Was that Moose? Yeah, we'll switch off Rocket League and news. I won't just play Rocket League. I know you guys hate gaming. I think Muma's the only one who likes gaming. But I'll switch. I'll switch between the two. I'll switch between news and Rocket League. There's not much news, I don't think. There's a few earnings. I probably jam the most in this chat. You think? I didn't know you were a gamer. I just assume everyone who watches this stream hates gaming because anytime I play a game, everyone leaves. So I guess it's just my assumption. Moon was the only one in here that I know that actually like plays games. What games do you play, Moose? Do you game? Yeah, Dell earnings, Rocket, Monster, Intuit. A lot of earnings today. I was gonna stream Coupang, get all the South Koreans in here, but I decided to do Duolingo. I'm an addict, no cap. That's funny. Hey, Ron, you play COD? Nice. Has anyone, oh no, it comes out tomorrow. Is anyone going to be playing the new Resident Evil? I might buy that game. Maybe, probably not. I want to play it though. The new Resident Evil looks fucking sick, and it's, from the reviews I've heard, it's really good. I have 4,238 hours on Fortnite. Oh yeah, you're a Fortnite player. I forgot about that. That's a damn. That's a lot of hours on Fortnite. Damn. That's a lot of hours. $176 days. I mean, that's probably around how much I have on Rocket League. I probably have more on Rocket League, though. Because if I go in my stats... If you go to... my stats got reset, but if you go in the leaderboards, it has, like, the... It keeps track of everything. So what is this? Wins? Goals... So if we go by wins, that's 5,565 games. How many has Fly played? Fly's played 12,000. Wow. JR, my brother's played 13,000 and he's not even that good? That's crazy, bro. How's my brother played 13,000 fucking games? He's trash at this game. How have I played half the games as him? That's crazy. Anyway, so if you do, each game's like 6 minutes long-ish. Well, 5, so 5 times 5, 5, 6, 5. That's 27,000 minutes, I think. Did I do that math right? I don't know if I did that math right. I think that's right. 27,000 minutes. Yeah, I think that's right. So 27,000 minutes divided by 60, right? So that doesn't sound right. That doesn't seem right. I fucked up the math. I didn't do the math right. I don't think that's right. Oh, you would do 5,065 times 5. Wait, I did that. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do math, apparently. Apparently, I don't know how to do math. Only 4. There's no way it's only 400 hours. Last time I did the math, it was like 3,000 or 4,000 hours. Yeah, because I only have 502 on here. I think I'm doing the math wrong. But maybe not. Maybe I don't have that many hours in this game. I thought I had way more. Yeah, my stats got reset, though. I used to play on PlayStation. Because on here it says 5,500 wins, but if I go into there, if I go into my stats, it only says 502 wins. Because when Epic bought it, and when I transferred from PlayStation to PC, it reset my stats. So I don't have actual stats here. And I have a lot of alt accounts, or used to have a lot of alt accounts. And I used to play in training a fuck ton. Like, I probably spent more time in training than the actual game. Legit. But I think I did the math wrong. Apparently I don't know how to do math. That's what I'm learning here. Apparently I don't know how to do math. Simple addition. But maybe it is only 27,000 minutes. Oh wait, that would be 463 hours. Well, yeah, so I swear I played more than that though. That doesn't seem right. But that's only wins. I gotta go to games played. That's the issue. If it even tells you. I don't think it tells you. I mean, you could go off goals, because every goal would be a game, basically, most likely. Basically, every game I score a goal for the most part, so I guess you could go off goals. Do they not have games played? Oh, total matches played, 900. There's no way that's right. How do I have 500 wins and only 900, or, 5,000 wins, but only 900 games played? That's not right. But I guess that we could go off win percentage. So if I only win 55% of the time, that means I'm somewhere around like 10, 11,000 games. But still, that's still only like 1,000 hours. Say 11,000 games times 5, 55,000 divided by 60. So yeah, that's like 1,000 hours. I swear I have more than that though. I don't think that's right. Anyway. But on RuneScape, I think RuneScape I got like 4,000 or 5,000 hours or something like that. Play COD and Halo. Halo Infinite was actually really good. I don't care what anyone says. Total time in game is in your career. Oh, let's see. I was doing that aerial training in Rocket League. That one was challenging on the hardest level. Yeah, it's pretty tough if you're not. It'll get you good in the air, though. That's probably the best thing to practice if you want to learn the aerials. And then if you want to like really get good at aerials, you download Bacchus mod and do like the challenge maps and stuff. Rocket League and Path of Exile tied for my most hours, about 1.9k each. Gave up gaming a while ago though. And nothing wrong with that, bro. Nothing wrong with that. Gaming can take up a lot of time. A lot of mental space too. I quit gaming for a long time. Really only the past like few months I started gaming again. I would play like RuneScape here and there and maybe like a couple games of Rocket League here and there, but for the most part I completely quit. Oh, mortgage rates finally below 6%. Finally below 6%, huh? 15-year mortgage rates are down a lot. That's interesting. My kids are into Minecraft, so it's still alive in the household. Bro, Minecraft is huge. I've been playing a little Minecraft at my cousin's house recently. That game is... I honestly do not like... Minecraft's fun, but holy cow, does the time fly when you're playing Minecraft, dude. Like, I can't play that game. It's like literally like Time Traveler Simulator. Like, you start playing and next thing you know, it's been like 4 hours. Can't do Minecraft. It's a fun game, though. I do enjoy it. It's just, the time goes way too quick with Minecraft. There's like, I don't know, there's something about Minecraft where you just like zone in and next thing you know, the whole day's gone away. Alright, nothing really that exciting on like any of the economics or anything like that. As Nvidia's down? The market was down a lot earlier today, but it looks like it bounced back a little bit. We'll have to look at that before once the day ends. I don't think I've ever seen Only Dads in here. Welcome, bro. Welcome. Appreciate you stopping in. Appreciate you stopping in, bro. Kids, homeschool, new job, started exercising, sleeping earlier, etc., etc. All good things, all good things. Especially the exercising. Exercising's clutch. I've been here a few times during the various pumps over the past couple of years. Well, I've only been streaming for like a year and a half now. Or has it been 2? I think I started the stream December 2024. I believe. I can't remember exactly. It's getting close to 2 years, though. When did I start streaming? I mean, I used to stream in 2021 during the pandemic, but then I quit for a long time. Muma was one of the first people in this stream when I started up again. If you go back to like the very first stream I did, Muma's in there. I never knew that until like I rewatched the stream. Oh, I streamed back in June. Only a couple times though. And then December hit, and that's when I started streaming daily again. Okay. So I did stream in June, I guess. I guess it has been close to 2 years. We're getting there. Well, I appreciate you coming back in, my friend. Appreciate you coming back in. Not really exciting on the news front today. GameStop's kind of exciting, not really though. Sort of exciting. It's I mean, it's good to see that it's still going up while the market's kind of selling off. Like, that's positive. But other than that, not really exciting. Let's play another game of Rocket League, and then I'll look at more news. They're trying to spoil me on Beast Games, bro. I haven't seen the last episode yet. I keep almost getting spoiled. I think I already did get spoiled, unfortunately. You'll be back. It's the gamer way. All I do since September is work out, then game. I don't know what I would do without it. Fair enough, bro. Fair enough. I mean, that's not a bad thing, bro. At least you're not out, like, trying to, like, chase chicks and stuff, you know? $1.50 hot dog at Costco. Is that Hugh G? Are we playing Hugh G right now, bro? $1.50 Costco hot dog? That's crazy. I'm on the fucking... Oh, we're screwed. We're getting scored on. Okay. Okay. I gotta leave the game chat. What? Oh, this is not good. This is not good. I think we're playing... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What? My guy didn't even go over the fucking kickoff. Oh, no. We're screwed, bro. My teammates are dog shit. I don't have boost for this. Bro, my teammates are, like, not great at positioning. That was an easy... There we go. I'll give him a great pass just to boost his confidence. Solo standard, the go. They don't have solo standard anymore. I remember solo standard. They don't have that anymore. It's just normal standard and quads. I mean, I'm doing solo, but yeah, they don't have solo standard anymore. Oh my god, dude, my teammates are dog shit, bro. Thank you. At least he hit the ball. Oh no. Oh no. Not good, not good. Oh, I just passed it to him. Okay. Dude, that guy does not get good touches. Oh, we're screwed. We're actually screwed. Bro! I mean, yeah, boost is the most important part of this game. Learning like the 12 boost pad like paths. That's like such a clutch thing to do. You should GM me in your gamer tag, spread the word. I'd have to start a new club. So, if someone gets on and I can start a new club. I'm just in my old one, the old club. Bro, my teammate is throwing for no reason. Oh, this is so stupid. basically a 2v4 because the other teammate's not doing fucking anything for some reason. He's just like throwing. God, I fucking hate this game, bro. One thing will never change in this game is kids who are in Diamond and Low Champ think they're fucking good. That'll never change. Oh, what a terrible game, bro. GME drew a better V than I ever could. First time I peeked at all GME today. Look at the battle on the 4-hour. I will. Well, I guess this. I actually can. I gotta wait for this stupid game to end. Ugh. God, I fucking hate this game for this reason. Like, this is my biggest, like, this is why I quit this game. Is because of people like this. Like, it doesn't get any better. There is voice chat. I just exited the voice chat because everyone on this game is, like, a child, literally. Thank God. Oh, that guy just left. I can't even leave because since my teammate left. So stupid. Oh, terrible game, terrible game. That shit's annoying, bro. Oh wait, I gotta do this. Let me open up my account. I'll see look at some charts for a sec. God damn it. Almost typed in the login on stream. Would have been dumb. I think I've done it before though, on accident. Yeah, pretty interesting. It'd be a little worrying if there was no volume up here, but since there's actually volume, I don't know. It'll probably just stick around here. I mean, if it sells off again, I wouldn't be really surprised. Looks pretty bullish though. Looks kind of bullish. A lot of resistance at the 2430 though. You've sold off there so many times at this point. And it used to be support as well. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. Not much to say about it. Let's see. Let's look at the whole market, though. I think we run into earnings. When is earnings? Have they even announced the date yet? I don't even think they've announced the date. Oh, this is a weekly. We need daily charts. Bond rates are going up. God, that bond trade was easy, bro. Easy bond trade. Same with the oil. Easy oil trade. Missed them both. To be a GameStop degenerate. The Russell kind of looks like, I mean, if the market doesn't crash soon, you're going to hit all-time highs on the indexes again. So, bears better get their shit together if they want their predictions to come true. Because these little pussy-ass cells aren't going to do anything. Yeah. Not very interesting. Should be late March or early April. That's what I was thinking. But I wasn't sure if it was going to be early March. eBay laying off 800 roles, 6% of its workforce. Google launches Nano Banana, updating its viral AI image generator. Nano Banana, huh? State Farm announces $5 billion dividend. $100 average refund coming to car insurance customers. Do I have State Farm? I don't think I do. Huh. Hopefully I have State Farm. I want $100. That's kind of cool. C3 AI shares plummet as company cuts 26% of the workforce. Wang says market got it wrong on AI threat to software companies. Trump accounts aren't exactly tax-free. I don't think that's the benefit of a Trump account, though. The benefit's the match. MP Materials selects Texas for rare earth magnet manufacturing site. Not much news, not much news. Jesus Christ. The Yahoo News is disgusting, bro. I might get rid of this. There's some fucked up news on this shit. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna delete that one from the list. That's insane. They got some sick news on that. Some disgusting news. Sony reportedly backing away from PC ports for major PlayStation exclusives. Parents send child to school with martini and lunchbox. God, what is the world coming to? What is the world coming to? Florida airport is banning flyers from wearing pajamas and Crocs. Why? Doesn't want anyone in their PJs or Crocs. We've seen enough. We had enough. It's time to ban pajamas. What? Why are pajamas a big deal? The airport cited its previous Croc ban, which has enacted. The TSA decided to finally let passengers keep their shoes on during security screenings. We know this decision could disrupt to someone in your life. It's time to have a difficult conversation. You can do this. We believe in you. What? I would encourage people to maybe dress a little bit better, which maybe encourages us to maybe behave a little bit better. What? Ban likely won't actually be enforced and is more of just a way the airport to plead the people to wear real clothes. What's wrong with pajamas though? I don't, especially on a flight. I want to be comfortable on a flight. I don't want to be wearing jeans on a flight. Marathon surges into Steam's top seller, overtaking Arc Raiders. I need to check outside real quick. I had to park my car somewhere else because these fucking idiots doing construction in front of my house for some reason dug a giant hole right in front of my driveway and just left it there. They just like dug the hole and then went to lunch. So I gotta make sure they're not gonna be like fucking up my car or anything. See if they're out there. Such a joke, man. Such a joke. Dirty Mike and the boys are taking a lunch break in Cordell's whip. I just had to make sure they were chilling. It looks like they're filling in the hole now. I'm annoyed that they left to lunch with just leaving that giant hole there. Like, it's so annoying. They've been doing construction for like the past month, bro, and they're still not done. Like, it's such a joke. And it actually is like, it actually bugs me. Dunkin's doubling its extra large size with gigantic 48-ounce buckets of coffee. Buckets of coffee, bro? That's wildin'. That is wild right there. When you're paid by the hour, what's an extra week or two? Such a good point. Such a good point. Like, I get they're just doing their job, but that shit pisses me off. Lawsuit against... Oh yeah, I wanted to read this. Lawsuit against Valve could be the end of loot boxes in the US, according to lawyer. Maybe we did read this on stream. A gaming lawyer says the New York lawsuit against Valve Corp could reshape loot boxes across the entire United States if it succeeds. On February 26, New York Attorney General Ladia James announced she's suing Valve under Section 225 in the state penal code, claiming the company promotes gambling through loot boxes in games like Counter-Strike 2 and Team Fortress 2. Attorney Harris Peskin described the legal move as absolutely massive news for the gaming and esports ecosystem. Peskin said the case will likely hinge on whether players are receiving something of value when they open cases and obtain skins. Under New York law, gambling involves staking something of value on a future event not under a person's control, with the understanding they will receive something of value depending on the outcome. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I didn't know that. Gambling involves staking something of value on a future event, not under a person's control. That's actually interesting. That makes sense why, like, power packs is a thing. Because you're just buying something, essentially. 225-10 or .10 says you are guilty of promoting gambling in the first degree if you knowingly profit from gambling by accepting bets from the public as a business totaling more than $5,000 per day. Valve will almost certainly point to its terms of service and its conduct against third-party marketplaces as an attempt to indicate that it is not facilitating gambling. In fact, it is attempting to shut down the liquid valve its skins have. This is not a new question, he noted, pointing to past scrutiny in Washington State, the 2018 Cater versus Churchill Downs ruling, where a court found that virtual chips could qualify as thing of value, even if they were not redeemable for cash. Yeah, so this lawsuit's probably not going to go anywhere. Lawyer says Valve lawsuit ramifications are huge. If a court finds that loot boxes reward themselves meet the threshold, Peskin said the impact could be sweeping. The ramifications are huge, he wrote, arguing that it could virtually render all loot boxes of any type impermissible in the state of New York. Consider League of Legends and its use of Hextech keys and Hextech boxes. Those accounts can be sold on third-party websites in contravention of the League EULA. Is that illegal gambling now too? Question mark. If @Tish James is successful, she may end up removing loot boxes from the entire country. Almost immediately, other states with similar statutes would seek relief. At that point, the cost of operating would be too high. Given the size of the New York market, that outcome could effectively force changes nationwide, as publishers are unlikely to operate separate monetization systems state by state. For its defense, Peskin explained that Valve will almost certainly point to its terms of service and its conduct against third-party marketplaces as an attempt to indicate that it is not facilitating gambling. In fact, it is attempting to shut down the liquid value its skins have. Valve has already faced similar regulatory pressure in Europe. In 2019, French players of Counter-Strike Global Offense were given an X-ray scanner system that revealed case contents before purchase, following gambling law crackdowns that also impacted Belgium and Netherlands. Peskin questioned how far the logic could extend, referencing games like League of Legends and its Hextech system. Is that illegal gambling now too, he asked. Oh wait, I already read that. Okay. What's up, Jared? No more CS:GO Go cases. Skins are about to go through the roof. Maybe. Or they're going to be useless. Might become useless. Guess it just depends if you can still trade. If you can still trade, then maybe they would go through the roof, but taking away the loot boxes essentially takes away the value of everything, I feel like. Because that's... I don't know. I don't think you can... Can you trade in game? I don't think you can trade in game, can you? Unless you go like third-party website. I don't know much. I don't know much about that game. But I don't think you can trade, can you? What's up, Isaiah? How you doing? 2K cases, might need to sell them. Damn, that's a lot of cases. There's a lot of cases. That is a lot of cases. Here's more on it. Oh yeah, there's a GameStop article. I forgot about that. Let's play another game of Rocket League first, though. Why not? Hopefully we can get a teammate that doesn't throw. That'd be nice. You'd be proud of me, Isaiah. I asked the girl her name, and that's all I did. So, maybe only like 2% proud. So funny. Maybe 3. Maybe you'll give me a little leeway and give me like 3% proud. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, these people suck, dude. What is my guy doing? Why are you passing them the ball again? Stop! Oh, I almost scored. No, I'm so ass. Hopefully my teammate scores. Oh, nope. No, teammate, what are you doing, bro? Why do you keep passing them the ball? It makes no sense. Ugh, that was really bad by me. I don't know why my teammate likes passing them the ball so much. Where's this going? Oh, I missed. No. No. What are my teammates, bro? Why are they just like potatoing? Alright. Oh no. Yep. Wow, what a save. Alright, that was a good save by my teammate. I kind of passed them the ball, so. What is going on, brother? I almost missed. But I think me messing up actually worked out in my favor there. Because if I would have hit it, I think he would have saved it maybe. I don't know actually. Very debatable. It ended up working out though. Why is that guy on the wall like that? Dude, my teammates are so not good. Oh, that was such an easy goal, dude. I fucked that up. I didn't get the ball on top of my car. If I would have got the ball on top of my car, that would have been a goal for sure. Okay. What is going on? What is my teammates doing, bro? Oh my god. This is not cool. Okay, I'm missing. Apparently. It actually worked out because my teammate had a way better touch for that. If I would have hit it, it would have literally just did nothing, so that worked out. I'm gonna have to play a little more safe, though, because my teammates do not know how to defend the ball. Okay. Dude. That was not great by me. Should have at least put that on target. We're getting scored on. Okay. Luckily, we didn't get scored on. Come on, teammate, hit that. Okay. This is not cool. Bro, why would you even do that? You had no reason to pass them the ball like that. Like, actually. Zero reason to do that. Wow, that ball launched. Oh, we're losing. Dude! Insane. I mean, I'm not playing good either, but, like, it's mostly because I'm trying to trust my teammates to, like, actually do something. But that's, like, a mistake, apparently. Dude, what are they doing, bro? They only passed the other team the ball. Okay, dude. Oh my good lord. Yep, go and hit that for no fucking reason, bro. My goodness. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, we're so screwed. Unless by some miracle my teammates, like, come in clutch here. Dude, that's a wide open net. Oh my god. What? How do you miss that? That was insane, bro. That was actually insane. Alright, let's read the stupid GameStop article. I hate this game. I actually hate this game, bro. Good lord, like, that was... I'm just gonna forget that game even happened, because that was worse than the guy just throwing. That was worse than the guy just throwing, bro. What? Being lost in the stock market is worse. We've hit a bottom. What? I can't read this? Come on, dude. There. What? Why is it glitching, bro? Oh my gosh, bro. I'm trying to not fucking lose it right now. This is so ridiculous. Like, what? What is going on? Just let me read the article, bro. What the fuck is going on, bro? Am I live still? It's not my internet. It's just trash fucking website, bro. We've hit a bottom. Getting lost on Seeking Alpha is annoying. Being lost in the stock market is worse. Sign up now. Why do I have to sign up to read this? I have a Seeking Alpha article account, I think. So stupid, bro. That's not the password? What? Oh my god, why? Why is this happening right now? Why is everything against me this week? I swear, bro. Like, everything is fucking against me this week. I don't like it. Can we go back to being big winners? It's a fucking joke, man. Can we go back to being a big winner here? I just want to read this stupid article. It's probably not even good. It's probably some terrible opinion. Somebody who doesn't even know what they're talking about, writing about my stock. What is this? Do I have a different web browser? Do I have like Google Chrome or anything? No, I don't. Why isn't this working, bro? I'm actually so annoyed by this. Reset password. Please, just cooperate. For the love of God, bro. They don't want you to see their lies. I guess they don't want me to expose the lies. Can't expose the lies. There we go. There we go. I did it, chat. Wow. Wow. What a miracle. What's up, Justin? Hey, I'm good, bro. But there's other thing to talk about than the stock trade you're winning on. I guess. Maybe not, but I feel like just coming and talking about a stock trade you're up on doesn't benefit anyone. I feel like you're just coming in here to flex or something, and I don't really appreciate that. Try to bring some value to the stream. It's a lot more appreciated. With CSGO, it's kind of like G and OSRS. Okay. Stack and glove cases for Min. Haven't checked in a few days, but they're selling at like $30 now as a buyer to like $12 a case. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I don't know much about CS:GO. But yeah, I guess if that mechanic is still in the game and loot boxes get banned, then yeah, I guess everything would go up in value. But if that does end up going through, all your cases are going to be worthless. So it's like you almost want to either open the cases or sell them for items potentially. At least that's what I would think. All right. Let's read this. Let's see what nonsense this guy has to say. Okay. Might sell and load even more GME if it dips. Kind of doesn't look like it's going to dip. Maybe, though. A lot of resistance here, but... yeah, I don't know. I mean, several $100 billion company. I don't... again, I said this yesterday. I don't think it matters what price it's at, to be fair. When you're looking at several $100 billion, I don't think it really matters if it's at 20, 25, or 30, or 40, or 50. Essentially, it's all the same. But I'm going to read this article, so I'll be ignoring the chat for a second. Get this stream clip, you know? Alright. GameStop is still in limbo. GameStop is now valued more as a capital allocation vehicle than a retail turnaround story. GME's $9 billion cash position amassed through equity issuance during the meme stock surge underpins current valuation multiples. Core retail operations remain structurally pressured, with recent profitability driven by aggressive cost controls and store closures. I rate GME a hold, as future valuation depends on management's ability to deploy capital at attractive, durable returns. I don't really get what he means by valued more as a capital allocation vehicle than a retail turnaround story. That doesn't really make any sense, but okay. Like, how do you even form that opinion? But maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see. Introduction. GameStop has a wild ride over the last few years, from declining in-store sales to a retail market-driven short squeeze to meme stock status and back to earth. At one point, it became something of a symbol of the power struggle between retail investors and Wall Street. Now the company is trying to reinvent itself following a brief and rather unsuccessful stint in NFTs. What? What is this guy talking about? The NFT shit was like 3 years ago, or I don't even know when it was. That shit was before I even started investing. So where does this even come from? This guy's research is like prehistoric, bro. Get with the times. With nearly $9 billion in cash and equivalents, including marketable securities, investors are increasingly looking towards acquisitions to reignite growth. Retail sales under pressure. It's no secret that GameStop has faced slowing sales in retail for some years now. After hitting around $8.55 billion in 2017, overall revenue dwindled to $6 billion by 2020, and by 2024 it was down to $3.82 billion. Much of this weakness is due to a structural decline in physical gaming sales, as consumers increasingly download titles online through company-owned Nintendo, Microsoft, and PlayStation portals, as well as services like Steam. It bugs me, bro. It bugs me that people bring up the revenue without mentioning that GameStop is closing stores. The reason why the revenue's been going down the past year and a half is because they've been closing stores. It has nothing to do with the decline of physical gaming sales. I mean, sure, maybe some of it does, but the past year and a half is strictly because of closing stores. So it bugs me when articles talk about this and they don't even mention that they've closed like a couple thousand stores. Like it's wild. It's wild. In the last reported quarter, collectibles were a bright spot. Q3 2025 saw a 4.6% decline in overall revenue. However, collectibles now make up 31.2% of overall sales, versus 19.9% in the prior year. Bottom line growth seems to be recovering, with net income up $77.1 million versus $17.4 million in the previous year. On the surface, this looks comforting, but the bottom line is largely being shored up by cost-cutting measures. Oh, here he goes. He's finally mentioning it. The company shuttered nearly 600 stores in fiscal 2024 and is looking to close more outlets in fiscal 2025. Additionally, the company has been cutting costs on labor, consulting, and marketing. Part of recent earnings strength also reflects interest income on the balance sheet. This guy is like mixing. For some reason, some of his article is like old. It's hard to justify current valuations based on top or bottom line performance. The company trades at nearly 25x TTM GAAP earnings versus a sector median of 16, which combined with price to cash flow of 18.3 versus a sector median of 10.5, indicates the company is richly valued. On an EV to EBITDA basis, the discount implied by net cash is already reflected. The market appears to be pricing the stock for something other than income and cash flow. I don't really agree with that. In 2 years, the book value of GameStop is probably going to be around $20. So I don't agree with that. I don't think this guy really knows what he's talking about, to be fair. The capital markets windfall. At the moment, the main story about GameStop is not the declining revenues, but it's the formidable war chest. The company currently has nearly $9 billion worth of cash and cash equivalents on the balance sheet. However, the company did not accumulate this sizable amount thanks to operational excellence, but rather due to a capital markets windfall during the meme stock days. Yeah, that's because Ryan Cohen's a gangster and his financial engineering is unlike any other business in the market. And what do you mean the main story about GameStop is not declining revenues? That's all anyone talks about, literally. That's literally all anyone talks about. Holy shit, that's Kev? What's up, Kev? It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. As the short squeeze drove the stock's price to dizzying levels, the company was able to issue vast amounts of equity at significantly inflated prices, adding billions of dollars to the balance sheet. Dilution rather than operational strengthened the balance sheet. And while $9 billion is not an enormous amount of money by Wall Street standards, looking at tech behemoths, it is a very substantial compared to the company's $10.7 billion market cap. This opens up several acquisition options. Well, that's great. What the cash can buy. Once you subtract the company's cash position from its market cap or enterprise value, which would leave it in the negative, you are left with a relatively small retailer that's struggling with revenue contraction. Because they're closing stores, they're not struggling at all, actually. What would help explain the elevated multiples is the fact that the stock now no longer trades at a struggling retailer, but rather as a capital allocation vehicle with some retail revenue. That literally makes no sense, but okay. How do you even come up with that opinion without giving details on why you think that? That actually makes no sense. The stock is valued because of the future and the fair value it's currently at. Like $20 is fair value for GameStop. Sure, book value is like $13, but $20 is fair value for this stock. Possibly even higher if you're looking towards the future. So to say it's more of a capital allocation vehicle with some retail revenue, I just don't get how you come to that conclusion. That just doesn't make any sense. Instead of looking at current results, the market is looking at what the company can do with its capital, and it seems to be expecting acquisitions. No, the market is pricing in the future like it does with every single bullish, profitable company. Look at Apple, look at Nvidia, look at all those stocks. The market cap is way higher than their assets. And yeah, like markets price in the future, and the future of GameStop is positive. So, really disagree with that. So what can GameStop actually buy? According to Michael Burry. Oh, great. Michael Burry. Oh, man. Here we go. Here we go. Riding on Michael Burry's nuts. What a surprise. As if everybody isn't doing that already. According to Michael Burry, the two most likely candidates are ADT for synergy opportunities, cash flow, and customer relationships, and Wayfair for its online logistics infrastructure. Describing GameStop's potential to be an instant Berkshire highlights just how far we've moved from a digital transformation story to a capital deployment story. I disagree. GameStop, the business alone, is going to be making hundreds of millions of dollars profit without the cash. So I really disagree with that. With a market cap of around 6.4 billion and an EV of 14.2 billion, ADT could in theory be acquired by GameStop using debt. They wouldn't use debt, they would just issue shares. And they're not going to acquire ADT or Wayfair. The article or the interview with Ryan Cohen specifically says a consumer discretionary or retail company. ADT is not that. Wayfair is, sure, but Wayfair is garbage as far as I'm aware. I actually haven't looked it up in a long time, but Wayfair is not it, I don't think. I feel like Target or eBay is the most likely outcome if you're talking really, 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 really big in the retail consumer space. But, you know, you got to ride Michael Burry's nuts. You can't come up with your own opinions. Why would you do that? Why would you ever do that? And it'd be in line with the company's objective of acquiring a reasonably priced company that's durable and scalable. However, such an acquisition would fundamentally transform GameStop's balance sheet, risk profile, and company identity as it moves from a net cash to net debt position overnight. That's not how it's going to happen. They're going to issue shares to buy whatever they're buying. So, again, I don't think this person who wrote this article knows what they're talking about. Why would they go into debt when they could just issue shares? At around 5.3x forward EBITDA, the free cash flow yield would be in the mid to high teens pre-capital structure yield. However, it remains to be seen whether a company like ADT can offer enough risk-adjusted return to exceed the value of preserving the net cash buffer. What? Okay. The return threshold. If GameStop is to justify its current valuation, the bar for capital deployment is fairly high. With nearly $9 billion in liquidity, management has the ability to reshape the company entirely. The question is, what return on invested capital would make such a move worthwhile? Let's assume the company deploys $8 billion into an acquisition at a 10% pre-tax operating return. That would generate roughly $800 million in incremental operating income. At 12%, that figure rises to $960 million. These are not small numbers relative to the company's current earnings base, which means any acquisition would have to structurally improve the income statement. However, those returns would need to be durable and risk-adjusted. Moving from a net cash position to net debt overnight eliminates the safety buffer that currently supports the stock's valuation. A mid-teens pre-capital structure yield may look compelling on paper, but once leverage, cyclicality, and integration risks are factored in, returns would need to be comfortably exceed the value of remaining net cash. Risks and catalysts. The main downside risk is that revenue keeps drifting lower and no acquisition materializes. Did this guy not read Ryan Cohen's interview? Like, come on, bro. If earnings remain propped up by cost cuts and interest income, the premium multiple could quickly come down. Even worse than no acquisition at all would be a badly priced leverage deal. If the company sacrifices its net cash position without securing mid-teen returns, there are a few reasons to be bullish about the stock. What? Bro, they're not even gonna... They might use some of the cash, but they're not gonna use the cash to do an acquisition. It's gonna be a share offering. That's why bullish investors are looking to management commentary regarding acquisitions. In this regard, management hasn't given the market much to go on. According to CEO Ryan Cohen, it's ultimately either going to be genius or totally foolish. That's all I need to know. All I need to know is the guy who hasn't talked for like 5 to 7 years is saying they're actually going to do something. That's all I needed. I don't need my little handheld through an investment like every other investor in this world. The most important things to watch in upcoming Q3 earnings, aside from M&A news, are revenue trajectory, operating income versus interest income, and cash balance movement. The main upside catalyst would be the announcement of an acquisition, but only if it's executed cleanly, rather than being totally foolish. Short-term catalysts would be stabilizing revenue, increasing cash position, and improved operating income in the Q3 report. Conclusion, GameStop no longer trades purely on retail operations. The core business is small and structurally pressured, and recent profitability reflects cost controls such as store closures more than underlying growth. I disagree with that. I think the store closures hide the growth, and people are like too blind to see that for some reason. If they weren't closing stores, GameStop would be growing 100%. There's not a doubt about that. The real asset is the balance sheet. Nearly $9 billion in liquidity gives management the ability to transform the company, but it also raises the expectation for a clean execution. Deploying that capital at attractive, durable returns could justify the premium. Deploying it poorly would remove the cushion that currently supports the valuation. Until capital is committed and returns are visible, the stock trades on expectation rather than proof. I rate GameStop as a hold. What? Expectation rather than proof? I think GameStop's worth what it's trading at. You haven't even seen the expectation. The expectation is the little squeezes you've seen the past few years when the stock went to $100 and to $80. I think that's the expectation. The price it's at now is fair value. That's a wild article, bro. That's a wild article. That is a wild article. I didn't know they raised cash stack in the meme stock frenzy. They got billions from NFT sales and bought Bitcoin at the top bankruptcy by Friday. Oh shit. I think they bought Bitcoin around 76K. And I think it's like 96, 100-ish. Just a narrative. Some may be betting on acquisitions. Oh yeah, there's people betting on the acquisition, but to say that's the only reason, that's wild. That's wild. They're gonna post a $500-700 million year this for 2025. So like profit. So to say it's only valued because of the future expectation and potential acquisitions, that's not right. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I think they're making $500-700 million profit this year, and you're going to be sitting at like over $6 billion in stockholder equity by the end of the year, or by once they report their full year earnings, because I think they're only going to be reporting Q3 for 2025. So you're actually like really far behind on the earnings as well. You're about 6 months behind, 6 to 8 months behind on the earnings. So what GameStop reports on their earnings, sure, it's relevant, but what GameStop is reporting on their earnings isn't necessarily what they are right now in this moment. Like GameStop right now in this moment could be sitting on 7-8 billion in stockholder equity, but the market isn't going to see that for another 6 to 8 months. So that's also another thing. People are making their opinions based off of lagging data rather than, looking at right now. Like, I mean, that's the issue with most markets. People who are like day traders and stuff, they all make their opinions on lagging data. Like, there is no real-time data in the market besides volume profile. That is the only real-time indicator in the market. Everything else is lagging. So you just can't base your opinion off of lagging information. You just can't. You just can't. What's up, Ruben? How you doing? Sorry, I missed the article. Oh, that's good. That's okay, bro. I'm gonna post the video of it. You're all good. dump a bag on True Golf Holdings when I'm a golfer. I like Callaway. Callaway's interesting. Especially what they're pricing and selling their Pokemon allocations at. That should be spicy. Yeah, and you don't even know what Power Packs has produced. Power Packs has been out for a while now. Nobody even knows the profitability of Power Packs and how much revenue that's bringing in. There's also a lot of unknowns still. But I think the biggest thing is people are basing their opinions on lagging data. Like if Gamestop is that real? Are we only about to report Q3 of 2025? Like I can't remember the last earnings report. No, this is Q3. So you're about to post the full year earnings. You're about to post the full year earnings in like a month. So yeah, a lot of people are basing their opinions off of like maybe not 6 months, but 3 months, 3 to 4 months of. You're basically once we get this earnings report, you're basically 3 to 4 months behind what GameStop actually is. So if they post a massive year, I mean, you can only expect 2026 to be even bigger. What's up, Hugh G? How you doing, bro? People that own Titleist are always steadily increasing. It never dips too much, just steady growth. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Oh, there's the market close. There's the market close. Let me get the... I'll look at... Remind me to look at that golf thing, but we got to look into Duolingo. Oh, Duolingo just reported. No! No, chat! It's down 10%! How come every time, bro? Every time I bet calls, man. I had to get a loan this time. And I lost again, dude. I'm gonna lose my house. This is crazy. So stupid, bro. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's actually so stupid. The dumbest stream clips, but they're so funny, bro. They're so funny. Where's their, Oh, they haven't released it yet? We're waiting. They haven't released it on their website yet. There it is. There it is. Oh, wait. Duolingo reports fourth quarter and full year 2025 results. Announces authorization of 400 million share repurchase program. Duolingo announced results for the fourth quarter, full year ended December 31st, 2025 in a shareholder letter that is posted on its investor relation website. We closed 2025 with strong momentum, surpassing 50 million daily active users and generating more than 1 billion in bookings for the first time. At the same time, advances in AI are fundamentally reshaping how people learn, and we believe this is a pivotal moment in our company. In 2026, we are deliberately prioritizing user growth and teaching better. We'll focus on improving the free learner experience to grow word of mouth and feed our next user growth engines like chess, math, and music, even though that moderates near-term financial growth. We believe this strategy positions Duolingo to reach 100 million daily active users in the medium term and build a significantly larger, more durable business in the long run. Holy shit, it's down a lot! Holy shit! It's down 18%! Oh my god! Oh my god, chat! Holy guacamole, that's down a lot. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. That is insane, bro. That is insane. That is down a lot. Let me get that stream clip going. I'll read about the share. One sec. Give me a second, party people. I gotta get this stream clip out, you know?
It's down 10%? How come every time, bro?
I gotta get this stream clip out,
it's
chat.
Down 10%? How come every time?
Gotta get the stream clip out, bro. It's down so much, though. Holy guacamole.
How come every time, bro? Every time I bet calls, man. I had to get a loan this time. And I lost it. To get a loan this time I bet calls, man.
Shit's so funny. I
had to get a loan this time, and I lost again, dude. I'm gonna lose my house.
I'm gonna lose my house. It's so dumb. It's actually so stupid. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's hilarious, brother. All right. Come on. Why isn't it working? All right, one sec. Sorry. I'm slacking here. I'm trying to get this stupid stream clip out, but it's not working for some reason. There we go. There's not much more to read anyway. Not until their 8K comes out, I don't think. It's just their share repurchase authorization. Whoopsies, made that a little too large. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, wow. There's a lot of people here. Holy. Holy. What's up? What's up? This thing's down so much. I gotta add another little clip here. Oh my god, it's down 19% now, dude. Oh. Oh. I gotta add that to the end. Add that to the end. What? What is going on here? There we go. Usually I'm not as slow at getting this stream clip out.
My god, it's down 19% now, dude. Oh.
Okay. There we go. Don't worry, chat. I'm almost done. I'm almost done here. I've read a few messages in the chat already. It looks like people are pissed off. I mean, you need to take responsibility for investing in an overvalued stock. That's you can say Duolingo's trash and all that, but the reality is you guys didn't do your research and you invested in an extremely overvalued stock and now you're paying for it. So that's the reality. That's the reality. You can be upset about that all you want, but you need to take responsibility for your own terrible trades, not just blame the market. Alright. Share repurchase authorization. Duolingo's board of directors has authorized a share repurchase program of up to 400 million. The program reflects the company's commitment to capital allocation, including returning capital to stockholders and managing dilution, while maintaining flexibility to invest in long-term growth. Repurchases under the program may be made from time to time in the open market through privately negotiated transactions or otherwise. The actual timing, number, and value of shares repurchased is subject to various factors such as market conditions, the company's capital and liquidity positions, contractual requirements, and other considerations. The timing and amount of any repurchases will be determined at the company's discretion, and the program does not obligate the company to acquire any particular amount of shares. The program has no expiration date and may be terminated, modified, or discontinued at any time. Well, all right then. All right. That took too long. When does their earnings call start? Damn, that starts late. Oh well. Let's did they drop anything else there for this? Or is it just that? Let's look at let's see if they dropped their 8K. Should be a little more, potentially a little bit more information there. Maybe. Possibly not, though. Yeah, it's just the same thing. So we gotta wait for the 10Q to drop, or just wait for the earnings call, I guess. Down so much. 20%'s pretty big, huh? Pretty big. Why are you saying it's an overpriced stock? Well, it's sitting at a 5.4 billion market cap, and I mean, I haven't looked at it. I can only assume if it wasn't overvalued, it wouldn't be down 20%. So that's one thing. But if you go look at their last 10K, they are sitting on 1.3 billion in assets with 420 million in liabilities. So it's basically 5x overvalued. The price to earnings ratio means nothing. I don't know why people put so much weight on price to earnings. Their assets don't reflect the valuation of the stock, not even close, and they barely make any money. They made 88.5 million last year. That's trash. That's trash. That's not a lot. You're saying this thing's at a 5 billion valuation. It was at like a 15 billion valuation, and they're making barely 100 million, not even 100 million. Yeah, you can talk about P ratio all you want, but that's a dog shit company. Obviously, your P ratio means nothing. Q4 for GME is the only good earnings historically. Very true. So it should be massive. We'll see. Loses money like crazy, but I don't know. I have a feeling. Well, if it loses money, it's probably not a good investment. But good luck. Good luck. The Russian loan sharks are going to break your leg. Everyone wants to win all the time and brag. Cordell just wants to hit one time on his earnings bets. Facts. My buddy bought it into like a year ago. Just because POS is down 90% doesn't mean it can't go down another 90 on the brink of another reverse stock split. Yeah, buying unprofitable companies is trash. You know, it doesn't mean you can't make money on unprofitable companies. Like, realistically, you got to try to find an undervalued, unprofitable company to have a better chance, but investing in unprofitable companies, or as in Duolingo's case, overvalued companies, is not in your best interest. Luck is against me? Well, stop gambling on earnings. Why are you gambling on earnings? Why is it tanking? Make it stop. I did Callaway as well, but I don't know if it goes to 10. I'd probably dump a bag. Golf is just growing so fast. I mean, I get that, but you're investing in a business. You're not investing in golf. Like, I know it feels that way, like you're investing in golf, but you're not. You're investing in a business. So if the business is trash and losing money, I don't care if it's in your favorite, I don't care if it's golf or not. It's trash business. I wouldn't put money into it. My portfolio is never green past 6 months. Well, it's probably because you gamble on earnings. Maybe you should try to find a good business to invest in that you actually believe in and not gamble on earnings. I don't know, just a suggestion. I'm not down. I've only been profitable the past few years, so I don't know what that's like. I don't know what that's like, but I don't gamble on earnings, so that's probably why I'm profitable. Most likely. Chat, everyone go sign up for Duolingo. Maybe it can make the stock price go up. That's funny. This is unprecedented. What's still going on? For not knowing what my girl's family's talking about. Wait, what? Oh, I forget your girl's Latina. I don't know, I just wanted to be good so bad. A lot more indoor golf facilities will be operating in the future, in my opinion. Oh yeah, there's 2 or 3 that have opened near me, but still, you're investing in business. You're not investing in golf. I know it seems like you're investing in golf, but you're not. You're investing in a business, and if the business is trash, it's trash. I don't care how much you love golf. I love golf, but I'm not going to invest in a company just because I love golf, you know? I would never do that. Indoor, no wind factor. Yeah, there's a lot of factors for sure. But overall, I mean, indoor is good because you can get like actual stats and stuff, and it's actually a lot of those sims are actually nice. I've never played on one, but I can see how they'd be useful. Can you explain why this earnings release tanked the stock? Because on earnings, you flip a coin, and that's what direction the stock goes. And when you're investing in an overvalued stock, it's pretty likely that it's going to go down. I know you don't want to admit that it's overvalued, but it is. Obviously. It wouldn't be down 22% if it wasn't overvalued. I can tell you that. Can promise you that. The market's finally coming to reality, and all these stocks that are overvalued are shitting. But for some reason, nobody realizes that. Everyone still continues to buy overvalued stocks, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Doesn't really make sense to me. I like buying profitable, good valued, properly valued businesses that have potential to grow, not an overvalued stock that really has no potential. I mean, it has potential. The business is decent, but the stock's overvalued, so how can you win? You really can't. Really can't win on an overvalued stock. It's pretty hard. Unless you're really patient, maybe you could get lucky and you could win on an overvalued stock, but usually doesn't work out. Usually doesn't work out. You want to see a good stock to invest in? Here's a good stock to invest in right here. A fairly valued stock with a lot of good growth prospects. Gamestop Corp. Man, you guys don't know. You don't feel me though. Y'all don't feel me though. You continue investing in dog shit overvalued stocks when there's a perfectly fair valued stock that'll grow forever right in front of you. You know, sure, it could go down. Every stock in the market can go down, but at least this is fairly valued. At least this is fairly valued. At least you'll make some money and not lose. I've only won, so... I've only won investing in GameStop and trading GameStop, so... I don't see anyone else winning. Most people who come in this chat are losing, so... It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how I'm always winning, but everyone else is always losing. Kind of weird how that works, huh? But everyone thinks GameStop's trash for some reason, but yet I'm the only one winning. Don't know how that works. If GameStop's trash, why am I the only one who's winning in the stock market right now? Everyone else is losing. I'm shorting Duo in the open tomorrow. Well, I'm buying it in the open tomorrow then. Good to know. Thanks for that information. I'll be sure to buy it. A bunch of people are leaving because I talked about GameStop. You gotta love that. That just goes to show how clueless this whole market is. How clueless people are. It's like, he's talking about GameStop. Like, nah, you just don't know anything about business or investing if you think GameStop's trash. That's reality. That's facts. You're buying shitty Duolingo and you think GameStop's trash? Okay. Yep. Probably why you're not a winning trader. Probably why you lose all the time. Probably why you lose all the time. Classic grade A manipulation with Duolingo. Nah, bro. I think it's so funny. Every time I mention GameStop in these earnings streams, everyone's just like leaves or talks shit. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny. It's better to buy a wonderful company at a fair price than a fair company at a wonderful price. Facts. People still don't get that, though. People still don't get it. They never will. They'll just continue to lose, and I'll continue to win. Doesn't matter to me. If your arrogance is too high to listen to someone who's actually profitable in the stock market, you need to take a look at yourself, realistically. How can you say Duo makes no money then support GameStop? Because GameStop stock's fair valued. Duolingo's stock's not fair valued. I know you don't understand that, but you will, maybe one day. I've seen GameStop stock drop 20, 30, 40%, but it's because it was overvalued in the moment. There's a reason why stocks drop this much. But GameStop, as of right now, is fair valued. So why wouldn't you support GameStop? Any educated investor Anyone who knows anything about business and valuation would support GameStop, but that's the issue with people like you and majority of the market is you think your opinions are relevant, but they're not. They're not. There's such thing as real business and real valuations, and opinions mean nothing. It's not my opinion that GameStop is fair valued. It's not my opinion that GameStop is going to go up in the future. It's the reality. There's no opinion about it. I invest in reality, not opinions. I don't invest in shit just because I used Duolingo one time. It's not how investing works. You read the nasty short report about how AI chips will be implemented in human brains. There will be no need for a company like Duolingo in 10 years. That's a good point. That is a good point right there. I mean, you don't, with AI, you don't even really need Duolingo. It's kind of more of a hobby thing. I'm just asking questions. Why you mad? I'm not mad. It's just people like you ask dumb questions like that all the time. So I'm answering the same question I've answered a million times. If you think I'm mad, I mean, I'm not mad. I'm profitable. I've made tens of thousands of dollars, close to six figures at this point on GameStop. So you think I'm mad? I'm not fucking mad. I only make money in the stock market. So you think I'm mad? Okay. I'm not. How could I be mad? GameStop has only made me money. And anyone here who's listened to me is also profitable and killing it. Can't say that about any Duolingo investors, apparently. I saw a bunch of people come in here crying as soon as that earnings report came out, so who's really mad? Who's really mad? The investors making a ton of money, or a bunch of people who think they are? There's an alternative reality where Cole Garnett YOLO'd into GME instead of Duolingo. In that universe, Cole Garnett has a few Lambos and a fleet of 10 of 10 baddies. Oh my god, that's funny. That's funny as fuck. In that universe, Cole Garnett has a few Lambos and a fleet of 10 of 10 baddies. Bro, that's funny. That's fucking funny right there. That's some good comedy, bro. That is some good comedy right there. I don't think you could say it any better. I don't think you could say it any better. Oh man. But what happens if they bought it during the squeeze though? Maybe that's why people are so negative about GameStop, because the last time they bought it, they got shit on because they don't know what fair valuation is. That's probably the reality. That's probably why so many people hate GameStop. It's because they don't know what fair value is and they invested when it was already up a fuck ton. What is going on here? Oh, here we go. I got it. I got it. We still got a little bit till this starts, though. Yeah, the earnings call's in like an hour. It'll be a bit. It'll be a bit. I don't know what we do in the meantime, though. I guess I could upload that other stream clip here. Yeah, I'll do that later. Not too worried about that for now. That shit was funny, bro. There's an alternate universe. That's so funny, bro. That has me laughing. Down 23%'s not winning? What did the CEO say that tanked the stock? I have no clue, my guy. People like to make up things to try to make themselves feel better about their shitty investment. They'll do anything to not take blame that they just don't know how the market works and they don't know how to value stocks properly. They'll do anything to, you know, fade themselves, you know, giving blame to themselves. That's the reality. Nobody wants to take responsibility for their terrible investments. They gotta blame external forces instead of just realizing that they have no clue what they're doing. You know, maybe one day people will learn, but I've been doing these earning streams for a while and I've tried to help people, but they're just so ignorant, arrogant. I don't know the correct word for it. Maybe it's a mix of both. So, you know, they're just going to keep doing whatever they do and keep losing in the market and wondering why, blaming everything else besides looking at themselves. Is what it is. Is what it is. I don't care. I'm going to keep making money. I'm going to keep being profitable. I don't care. I've only made money in the stock market the past few years, so like it's pretty funny seeing people lose. I mean, it's not really funny. I don't really like seeing people lose. But people who are too arrogant to listen to someone who's actually profitable, it sucks for them, you know? I can't help people who can't help themselves. Can't help people who won't help themselves. What? You just made that up. You just made that up, bro. Ultimate rage bait? I'm not rage baiting. It's reality, bro. It's reality. I only make money in the market, so if you're not making money, I mean, who are you listening to? Because anyone who's in this stream only makes money. as far as I'm aware. So is it rage bait, or am I just telling you the realities of life and you're too ignorant / arrogant to listen? You think it's rage bait. Yep. Yep, it's rage bait. Me telling you that I actually make money while you lose. Must be rage bait. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say. Good luck. Good luck with your trading career. It's gonna be short-lasted. I'd be curious. Like, if you're actually a follower of this stream, there's no way you've lost money. Like, literally. If you've listened to anything I've said and actually, like, do what I say, you know, this stream's not financial advice, but if you've followed me, there's no way you've lost. There's absolutely no way. Unless you, FOMO'd in at a bad time, that's a completely different thing. That's a completely different thing. If you FOMO'd in at a bad time, sure, you probably did lose, but... I don't know anyone who's lost money in this stream. It's true, all us make big money. A long-term investor never loses money. Very debatable, very debatable. That's extremely debatable. I know a lot of quote-unquote long-term investors who aren't profitable. So I think that's extremely debatable. I just buy ETFs. Well, if you bought the S&P 500, you would only be profitable as well. So what ETFs are you buying? I still believe in Duo, therefore I keep buying. I mean, you can believe in it all you want, but it's still overvalued. The reality is it's overvalued. So you can believe in it, maybe 5-10 years from now, maybe you'll be profitable. But as it stands right now, it's overvalued, so it doesn't really matter much. I believe you will lose money. I was trying to avoid that, but I believe that as well. If you think Duolingo is a good investment, I mean, just look at the chart the past 6 months. I don't think it's a good investment. This speculation, 1 hour is reality. I'm not I'm okay. you keep thinking that, buddy. You keep thinking that. Overvalued, true, but average price is 100, for sure not bought at 500 mark. At least you can admit that it's overvalued. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. If you can admit it's overvalued, then you keep doing what you're doing. I don't know why you would buy an overvalued stock. The stock market's a place where you go to invest to make money. So I don't know why you would buy something that's overvalued, but if you're willing to admit that, that is perfectly okay. Imagine people who bought at 500. There's a lot of people that bought at 500. Doesn't really mean much though. They just didn't do research. That's what it is. They just FOMO'd in because the stock price was going up. Any undervalued gems you know? Gamestop, baby. I mean, GameStop's not undervalued. It's fairly valued. And You know, I'll never say the stock can't go down, but if you want a real investment that's actually going to work out in the next 5, 10, 20 years, it's GameStop. That's the only fair valued stock on the market. Guaranteed. There is no other fair valued stocks on the market. I'm sure there are, actually. You know, you'd have to do a lot of research to find it, though. You'd have to do a lot of research to find it, but GameStop's the only fair valued stock on the market. Reality. It's the facts. Compared with the business, make the case why it's overvalued. It's a 5 billion market cap with 1.3 billion in assets, 400 million in liabilities, so it's realistically only worth like $1 billion, and they're only pulling in 100 million per year. It would basically take 40 to 50 years for them to even reach book value at 5 billion market cap. So it's overvalued. GameStop's another crap. Well, you don't know anything about business, Juan. You're just a trader who made some money on a short. Congratulations. But if you think GameStop's crap, you don't know anything about business and investing. That's facts. You keep doing your little day trades. See how it works out for you. I'm gonna be a millionaire in the next 5-10 years, so you're not doing that with day trading. ETFs are the way. I ain't losing all my shit again. S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Those are the only two good indexes. I mean, the Dow and the Russell are okay, but I don't think you'll ever go wrong with the S&P. Any opinions on Novo Nordisk and PayPal? No. I don't like PayPal, and I don't know anything about Novo. But no opinions. I don't day trade. I buy real business like MU. Okay. You go ahead and keep thinking that. You're buying an overvalued business. MU is a good business, but the stock's overvalued compared to the business, so you don't know anything about valuation. You don't know anything about business. Good for you. You're buying the same stock everyone else is buying in hopes that it's going to work out in the next 5-10 years, but probably not. Notice how everyone's shitting on GameStop. If you said you invested in MU, nobody would care. You notice everyone shitting on GameStop. It's because it's a good investment. If everyone thought GameStop was a good investment, it would be a shit investment. But the fact that everyone thinks it's trash, that automatically makes it good, because the herd doesn't know anything about investing. Time would prove if I'm wrong. Time will prove if I'm right. Time will prove me right. I don't need to would or should. Time will prove me right. I get the sense you like catching a falling knife. I respect it. What's my average price on GameStop? Like 20 something. 20. I don't know. I have a lot. I have a lot of shares, so I don't know exactly. few different accounts. Probably like 22 or ish, somewhere around there. But I just buy whenever I have extra money. I don't really look at the price. I don't really care. How can you say GME is good investment with revenue declining 12% the last year? They've closed over 1,000 stores, close to 2,000 stores. So why do you think revenue is going down? They're cutting costs. You can't revenue can't increase when you closed over half your stores. It's not really how it works. So is the business trash, or are they just cutting costs and you're too blind to see that? Because the revenue's only declining because they're closing stores. There's no other reason besides that. Anyone who actually has done their research can see that. GameStop has no business model. You go ahead and keep thinking that, Juan. You're just showing that you don't know anything about business or valuation. That's all you're showing. After experiencing the crypto world, nothing feels like close to that feeling, even if the stock is down 70%. You have a lot to learn, Giuseppe Procali. You have a lot to learn, my friend. If you're down 70% on a stock, whew, that's crazy. That's crazy. Good luck. I hope it moons. It's not about it mooning. It's about being a good business and having minimal risk. Have I said anything about it mooning? Have I said anything about the stock squeezing? It's about business. It's about valuation. What's the bull case if they're closing stores? To be determined. They went from losing hundreds of millions of dollars to now being profitable hundreds of millions of dollars. Cutting costs and becoming more profitable while they're cutting costs. To be determined. But it's only grown, and the stock valuation to the business is fairly valued, which you can't say about any other stock on the market. So we'll see. We'll see. Juan, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about anything. You continue to talk shit, but yet you have no real solid points on why you think what you think. You're just repeating what everyone else says. So go and do your research, my guy. Maybe you'll learn what a real business looks like, what a real fairly priced stock looks like. Maybe you should stop typing in the chat and acting like you know anything when you clearly don't. It's so bad, short it. Yeah, short it. If GameStop's so bad, short it. Let's see. Go short the stock. Come back in like a year or two, and let me know how it went. Or you can just keep your little fingers typing and act like you know anything when you don't, which you'll probably do. What's your thesis? Where does GME go from here? I'm not saying you're going to be wrong. I just want to hear what you think. Well, there's thousands of hours of content on my channel. So if you want, I can't give you thousands of hours of information in a few minutes. So go do the research yourself, my friend. We'll see where it goes. That's the beauty of it. Nobody knows where it's going to go. If everyone knew where it was going to go, everyone would be bullish on it, and it probably wouldn't be that compelling. But since nobody's paying attention and everyone thinks it's trash, when it's clearly not. Anyone who knows anything about business and could easily see that it's not. So, we'll see where it goes. Time will tell. But going from losing hundreds of millions to now making hundreds of millions, probably going to post 5 to 700 million profit just last year, and probably going to post $1 billion plus profit this year. I mean, we'll see where it goes. If you can't summarize a broad thesis, how can you keep bashing on your chatters like this? You must have a fairly summarized thesis. No, I don't. I don't have a fairly summarized thesis. My summarized thesis is that GameStop shares are fairly valued and the business is going to grow forever, and I'm going to hold it forever, and I'm going to never sell. And there you go. That's the thesis. If you want information about the business, that's there's a lot. There's a lot you could go research and form your own opinion. But what do I need? What do I have to prove to you? I don't care. I'm going to be a multi-millionaire. So what do I have to prove to you? You're not going to be a multi-millionaire investing in dog shit like Duolingo. Based on what? Go and do your own research. Do you know how to do research? Have you ever done Obviously not. Obviously not. Go and research. You have fucking fingers. You can type in Google. I have thousands of hours of content on my channel, multiple videos of articles that you could just listen to my opinion on. Like, do the fucking research, bro. I'm not your fucking dad. God. I'm not your fucking dad, bro. You ever done research on a company before? Is that like too hard for you? Is it too hard to take an hour or two out of your day to go and research a company? Like, why do I have to be your fucking babysitter? There's nobody on YouTube telling you they're going to become a multi-millionaire and confident about it. That should be enough to go and do the research. Everyone on YouTube is trying to sell you a fucking course for dog shit trading, and none of them are even profitable traders. There's not a single person on YouTube talking about becoming a multi-millionaire based off of a single investment. So, off that alone, you should just go do the research instead of, just continuing to ask literally no questions. You're not even asking a question I can answer. You're asking an extremely broad question that nobody can answer. I just don't get how you can be so toxic when talking about stocks, because you deal when you're a stock streamer. Well, at least just me. I'm the only profitable trader you've ever talked to in your life, and I have to deal with people who think they know about the market every single day and think they know about investing. So yeah, I'm pretty toxic when it comes to stocks because I'm talking to a bunch of fucking idiots who know nothing. So yeah, I get pretty toxic about this shit because when you can't talk to stupid people, it's like you can't be nice. Whether I'm nice or I'm toxic, they're still not going to listen. They're still not going to go do the research. So it's funner for me to be toxic. It's funner for me to be toxic because nobody's going to go do anything about anything. They're just going to continue to keep being losing traders, and they're never going to listen to someone who's smarter than them. So I might as well just be toxic. It's a lot funner for me. It's a lot more fun for me. You can't talk to stupid people. They already have their preconceived notion. They already think they know everything. You can't do anything. I've tried being nice. It doesn't work. You can't be nice, you can't be mean. So I choose to just be mean because it's funnier. It'd be funny to ask each of the people who invested in Duolingo in the chat why they did it. I'm pretty sure none of them looked into the financials and bought because someone mentioned on YouTube. That's with every stock in the market. Dead ass. Nobody does research. That's why everyone thinks GameStop's trash, because they don't know how to do research. They just read an article and automatically assume whatever stupid thing they read or heard is real, instead of actually just opening up a fucking 10K or a 10Q and like doing the research themselves. They have to have somebody like hold their hand. People who don't even know what they're talking about. Like that's a majority of people in the market. Why not ask a question about the company? Do you have a question about a company prior to investing? Ask him those. No, he wants the broad thesis. Bro, there's like a million things about GameStop. How can I give you a broad fucking thesis? there's like 100 things I could talk about. I don't have a broad thesis. There's like 100 things that just make me more and more bullish. Does anyone actually think about GameStop seriously? Well, I have $250,000 into GameStop, so I think it's a pretty serious investment. It's the only stock I buy. Whenever I have any extra money, I buy GameStop, so I take it pretty seriously. I take investing pretty seriously. I take making money pretty seriously. That's why I'm a profitable trader, and you guys aren't. If you guys took investing and like making money seriously, you'd probably be profitable, but you guys just YOLO on dog shit and don't know what you're doing. So, you know, is what it is though. Maybe one day. Maybe one day you'll figure it out. How can you make that statement when you know nothing about me? Just based off what you're saying in the chat, the terrible questions you're asking. I mean, not even really asking questions. You're just asking for a broad opinion instead of asking like a direct question that could actually be answerable. You just want me to like say nothing, basically. This is not about the chat's ability to do research. It's about asking the stock streamer what his opinion is. That's literally the point of the stock streamer. I'm not a stock streamer. I don't know what told you. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know where you got that from, bro. I'm not a stock streamer. I stream about stocks sometimes and I talk about stocks sometimes, but this is a variety stream. We talk about everything. So I don't know where you got the idea that I was a stock streamer, because I'm not. I like talking about stocks and I like trading and investing, but I'm not a stock streamer. What are fingers? Do I need them for stocks? What? All right, later, Giuseppe. Later. If you can't explain something simply, then you don't properly understand it. Okay. I mean, my portfolio would say different. What does your portfolio look like? You're in here for a Duolingo stream. I assume your portfolio doesn't look very good, so. And the stock market's not simple. Business isn't simple. So, yeah. Interesting. Thousands of hours of content. Researching GameStop every single day when something new comes out. Yeah, I must not know anything about it. Yep. Oh man. Imagine quoting Einstein when you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Crazy. Crazy. You can tell by the hate culture for GME. People are just fucking lazy. They don't know how to do research, bro. They want a simple fucking, they want their hand to be held. Like, people are too fucking lazy, bro. They can't just go do the analysis themselves. It's too hard. It's too hard. Yet everyone's in here. It's funny how you guys are so smart, but you guys are investing in Duolingo, which is down 23% today, and is down 69% the past year. Weird. I'm not down. Weird. Weird. Isn't that weird? Don't argue with people, it's a waste of time. Oh, believe me, I know. It's just content, though. Yeah, you know, it's just content. Arguing with stupid people is just content. Believe me, I know. You can't convince anyone of anything. Everyone in the stock market are genius. This guy said, oh, 250K cute, haha, I'm done talking to this guy. If you have millions and you think GameStop's trash and you're investing in shit like Duolingo, you're not going to have millions for very long. Not sure if I already answered what the fair value for Duolingo is. I have no clue. Haven't done the fundamental analysis. Just based off of my couple minutes of research, I think Duolingo's overvalued, and the price action proves that. So, I don't know what the fair value of Duolingo is. I'm sure I could figure it out, but I don't give a shit about this stock, so I'm not gonna waste my time. Me caught a fishy? Did you? Did you? I don't need to explain it simply. You could go do the research yourself and figure it out. People who want things explained simply are probably just lazy. That's probably the actual reality. Your little Einstein quote means nothing. Wasn't Einstein like technically retarded? He had like a really high IQ, but wasn't Einstein technically retarded? Weird. Alright, well, you can be banned, since, you're obviously an idiot. That poster is framed, by the way. Obviously, you're too stupid to see that, but this poster is framed. Here, I'll even blow it up for you. Look at it, it's framed. Wow. Imagine being that dumb. Imagine being that dumb. When you have no rebuttals, so you just have to, like, say something, but you have no clue what you're talking about. That's crazy, bro. Oh, man. Every time we do one of these earning streams, it makes me realize why GameStop's the greatest investment ever. Because, like, the majority of market is just, like, a bunch of idiots, bro. It's literally just a bunch of idiots. That's how you know GameStop's a good investment. Because when a bunch of idiots think it's a bad investment, I mean, you know you're... When a bunch of idiots think the opposite of you, you know you're on the right track. Like, dead ass. If everyone you think is stupid thinks the opposite of you, you're on the right track. There's a big that also could be bad though, because there's a lot of people that think they're really smart when they're not. So, you know, that I don't know how helpful that actually is. Duolingo stock's overvalued. That's the whole point. You can try to spin up whatever narrative you want, but reality is the stock's overvalued. Yeah, we're waiting for the earnings call, Gary. Starts here in a little bit. We're just talking shit to people who think they know everything. In the meantime. Speculation can be made about any stock and any topic. No one has the power to predict the future, and that's the beauty of the stock market. That's debatable. I've predicted the future many times, so I disagree. If you don't think you can predict the future, then I think your investment or your fundamental analysis is flawed. And if your fundamental analysis isn't flawed, then you're letting emotions and opinions get in the way of your analysis. But the future is easy to predict. I predict the future all the time. So I really disagree with that. Why was Einstein poorer than I was? Anyways. Good point, good point. Yeah, Einstein was a scientist. He wasn't a financial person. He wasn't a financial person. That's a good point, Ruben. That's a good point. What matters is that you, as long as you do your DD and take risks for your individual decision, you can't blame anyone else apart from yourself, and I'm ready to take that blame. Well, there you go. That's, there you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. What kind of food am I about to eat for dinner? Tacos, maybe? That's what I'm gonna eat for dinner. Some tacos from the taco truck. It's gonna be delicious. Why would you do an earnings live stream about a small cap stock that you're not invested in and only did a couple of minutes of research on and say it's overvalued? Because it is overvalued. Why is if it wasn't overvalued, the stock wouldn't be down 23%. So it's not an opinion that it's overvalued. It is overvalued. It wouldn't be down this much if it wasn't. So, and I do these streams because people want to listen to the earnings calls. And I also do it because there's a lot of there's a lot of people out there who have no fucking clue what they're doing in the market. And maybe if they like just one person, if they actually just listen to what I'm saying instead of like crying when I'm talking, they'd probably be successful. So there's a lot of reasons why I do these streams, but reality is I just do it for views. You know, I want to help people, but nobody's going to ever help themselves in this market as far as I'm concerned. I've been doing these streams for a long time and have met, you know, I've had tens of thousands of people in the chat at this point. None of them listen. So, you know, maybe by some miracle, one person listens to what I'm saying and they become a multimillionaire, or they make six figures in the next 5, 10, 20 years. Like that's the blessing. But the reality is I'm just doing it for views, and because people like these streams. People like listening to the earnings calls. It is what it is. Why can't I ride the stream? Because there's no DVR. Holy shit, you can predict the future. I was literally going to go eat street tacos. Well, there you go. I told you. I told you, bro. I should be like a tarot card reader or some shit, you know? When Meta was $100 or Spotify was at 80, I'm sure you also said they were overvalued. I don't know. When those stocks were that price, probably like the early days of my investing career, so probably didn't even know what valuation was, like most people. But they probably were. But the difference is they're profitable businesses, most likely, and their valuation was justified, unlike something like Duolingo. Duolingo's valuation isn't justified. Spotify was at $80 only a couple of years ago. Well, I don't look at Spotify. I'm not interested in buying that. So, you think I know that? You think I care? What are you trying to prove here? You're not really proving anything. I don't pay attention to a lot of stocks, and I don't sit and think about fucking Spotify and Meta when on my days off when the market's closed. I don't give a fuck about those stocks or those businesses. So how would I even know that? What's the Callaway numbers looking like if we got time? We can check it out. What's their ticker, you know? Isn't it Top Golf? Isn't that who owns Callaway now? Or is it the opposite? Callaway that owns Top Golf. Yeah, okay. I'm proving that you're just slinging out opinions about overvalued or not. Duolingo is very profitable, have no debt, and multiple isn't even that high anymore. What do you mean? It's 5x the book value. Over 5x the book value. What do you mean it's not overvalued? And what do you mean they're very profitable? You're sitting at a 5 billion a 5 billion market cap, and they only made 100 million last year. It would literally take 40 to 50 years for them to reach the book value of a $5 billion market cap. So do you actually know what you're talking about? You haven't proved anything. You don't know anything. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why is the if it's not overvalued, why is the stock down 23%? That's obvious enough. If the stock wasn't fucking overvalued, it wouldn't be down this much. And it also wouldn't be down 69% over the past 6 months, 5 months. Like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about, dude. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. But you go ahead and keep thinking you do. You go ahead and keep thinking you do, bro. Bunch of fucking broke losers in my chat today, apparently. It's no wonder. It's no wonder. I'd be unprofitable too if I had the opinions you guys have. See, I'm the only profitable trader in this fucking chat right now, besides the people that actually follow me, most likely. So you can take my opinion or not. I at least make money in the market. Let's see. I got a lot here, actually. Let's see. It says company's net sales from continuing operations of $2 billion, decreased 0.8% due to decrease in soft goods segment, impacted by soft macro backdrop in the US and Asia. While golf equipment sales were approximately flat, these consolidated results were better than expected in both segments. Full-year GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins declined to approximately 60 basis points to 42.1% and 42.2%. The declines were due to 166 basis point negative impact from $34 million of additional tariff expenses. Company's golf equipment gross margin actually increased 10 basis points and would have increased 189 basis points without incremental tariffs. Full-year GAAP operating expense increased less than 1%. Net income from continuing operations was $38.8 million on a GAAP basis and $38.4 million on a non-GAAP basis. Adjusted EBITDA from continuing operations was $222 million, which represented a decrease of $38.8 million. The decrease in adjusted EBITDA was better than expected and attributable to $34 million in incremental tariffs expense, as well as $35 million increase in annual incentive compensation, partially offset by cost savings and some select price increases. I don't know if that's what you wanted or not. It's a lot easier with like a 10Q or 10K. I feel like they kind of try to like hide all the information with just the press releases. Yeah, I don't. Let's see. All they have is their net sales. Where's their balance sheet? They don't even have their balance sheet on this press release. I don't know if that's what you were looking for or not. But this earnings call is going to start here in a little bit. And Duolingo is not a growth stock. If you think Duolingo is not a growth stock, I've been investing since before you were born and been very successful over a long time. Well, you'd think you'd be smarter then. How is someone that's been investing way less time than you smarter than you? That doesn't make any sense. Time doesn't mean anything. You could have been investing for the past 20, 30 years. I guarantee I know more than you do. Just because you have more time on me doesn't mean you've spent more hours than me. Wait, you invested in Duolingo, right? You've been investing since I was born? Damn, you must be a really good investor. Duolingo? Wow, what a good pick. It's only down 69%. It's only down 69% the past 6 months. You must be a really good investor. Wow. Whew. Killing it, dude. Killing it. Wow. Wow. Good job. Fucking moron, bro. Fucking moron. What the hell's this attitude? I wouldn't have an attitude if everyone in the chat wasn't fucking stupid. You know, when people are come here and they're chill, we're having a good time, it's really fun. It's a good stream. But when there's people in here who think they know everything, it's not very fun. Can't really be positive and have a good stream when there's a bunch of idiots in the chat who think they're smarter than they actually are. It's pretty hard to have a good time. If you've been investing that long, why does someone having an opinion that opposes yours upset you? Exactly. Exactly. You know, I'm just talking. This is content. You know, my job is to talk and, you know, just talk. It's not to be nice. It's just to make content. A lot of the people like when I'm an asshole. A lot of the people like when I'm an asshole, so it's kind of more why I do it. Doesn't upset me, just interested in why after an earnings with soft guidance and stock tanks, it's easy to say it was overvalued. Before the earnings, I'm not sure that opinion was the same. Yeah, it was. I would have had the same exact opinion. Fast forward before the earnings even came out, I was saying the same fucking shit. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude. I think that's the first thing I said when I looked at the stock. Oh my god. What a fucking moron, bro. That's literally the first thing I said when I started this stream and looked at the stock. Wow. Oh my goodness, bro. This guy's a fucking genius. Look at him. Look at him. He's been investing since I was born, and he's this fucking good? Wow. Woo! Woo! Holy shit. Crazy. Crazy. What I've heard is crazy, though. I am crazy. But at least I make money in the market. At least I'm not down 23% on Duolingo stock like everyone else here. So you can think my opinions are crazy or whatever I'm saying is crazy, but I actually make money doing this. Duolingo is about 2% of my portfolio. Well, 2% of your if Duolingo's 2% of your portfolio, I can't imagine what the rest of it fucking looks like. If you think diversification is good, you're just showing even more that you don't know much about investing. Diversification is fucking stupid. So again, just because you've been investing longer than me doesn't mean you're a better investor than me. It doesn't mean you're smarter than me. It doesn't. I bet there's people in here that have been investing for less time than me that are better at this than you. Just because you're a fucking boomer with some money in an account doesn't mean anything, dude. Literally. To call people you don't know stupid is not very smart. I mean, I'm only calling you stupid based off what you're typing in the chat. So I wouldn't be saying you're stupid if you were actually typing intelligent things in the chat. But you're not. Crazy, huh? Maybe you should look at yourself. Anyone can have an opinion about something, but it doesn't always make it true. It's not an opinion that Duolingo is overvalued. It's not a fucking opinion. It's the reality. Holy fucking... This guy's been investing since I was born, chat. This guy's been investing since I was born. He thinks my opinion about Duolingo is an opinion. It's not a fucking opinion, it's the reality. It's the reality. As a GME investor, I can tell you people's opinions are meaningless. Exactly. Am I from Canada? No. Sorry for canceling membership, lost job, just hanging on to GME stocks now. You're good, bro. You're good. You don't need to be a part of the membership. Not a big deal at all. Not a big deal at all. The membership's for people who, you know, want to support, because I don't make that much money doing this. But it's not like a necessity or anything like that, you know? Don't make much money doing YouTube, unfortunately. You got to be getting tens of thousands of views to actually make money on YouTube. What do you think about OpenStock? I didn't know too much about it until the earnings the other day, but I think Open's interesting. Just potentially it's a little bit overvalued. You know, if it does come down a little bit more, that would be better. But Open Door's kind of interesting as like kind of like a startup type thing. If you could make a stream where one could rewind the stream, it'd be easy to prove, but since I guess you are not technically savvy enough. Oh yeah, it takes so much effort to click a button that says enable DVR. I actually turn that off every time I start the stream. It must take so... You must have to be so savvy to click a button. Whew! That's hard. That's hard, bro. Yeah. Wait, how do you do that? Enable DVR? What? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, bro. Yeah, you must have to be really savvy to do that. Holy fucking shit. Get this boomer out of my chat, dude. Get this fucking boomer out of my chat. Good lord. Good lord. I smell some Dunning-Kruger. This is such an ego trip, and what I'm hearing, you never had any loss. Of course. Everyone in the stock market's lost. But the past 2-3 years, I haven't lost. And basically my whole stock market career, I haven't lost. I think I've only had like 1, maybe 2 losing years. I don't know exactly. I'd have to go back and like look at the actual like data, but I don't know. I don't even think I've had a losing year in the stock market since I started. So, of course I've lost on trades. Anyone who's a short-term trader loses. But if you're talking about, you know, the year, I don't think I've lost. I would have to check. Like, I legit don't know. I've only been profitable, so like it's pretty hard. Like, I don't really pay attention. Like the account keeps going up, so it's like whatever. Swing trading's the best. Holding 10 plus stocks is a waste. I disagree with swing trading is the best. I think finding a fairly valued business that could grow for the next decades and never selling is probably the best. Never paying taxes, that's probably the best. But I do agree that holding 10 plus stocks is a waste. I do agree with that. I think diversification is bullshit. Oh, what's up, D-Talk? It's been a while, bro. Been a while, D-Talk. I hope you're doing good, bro. I've been good. We're just doing an earnings stream. You get a lot of different characters in these earnings streams, and most of them aren't that good. Sometimes you get some good characters, some chill people, but it's very rare. The stock market's a place where everyone thinks they know everything, and if you say anything that is different than their opinion, they automatically think you're stupid, and yeah, that's what it is. And then I just start talking shit because you can't convince people who already have a preconceived notion of anything. So I just talk shit because it's funny. But yeah, but I hope you've been doing good, D-Talk. I hope you've been doing good, bro. Thoughts on service now? I actually have never looked into that. Maybe we streamed about it, but I don't remember. Where's this earnings call? Shouldn't this earnings call be starting? Alright, here's the earnings call. I'm done arguing with you fucking losers. Enjoy the earnings call. Music! No music! I guess it's not starting yet. Day trading, I'm up 20% this year. Nice. That's dope, man. That's dope. We only buy AMC in this stream. AMC, that'll get you banned. You're lucky Moose isn't here. That's a ban right there. Just kidding. What's up, Justin? Basically, if you have money in market last 3 years, it wasn't very hard to make money, but laughing at people and calling them stupid by investing in Duo, which is want to make money long term. I'm not saying people who invested in Duo are, I'm talking to the people who are talking shit in my chat. I think if you're talking shit and trying to defend a stock that's overvalued, I think that's stupid. But if you're investing in Duolingo and you understand that it's overvalued and it's probably not going to work out for a long time, that's fair. But if you're just going to like assume I'm wrong about what I'm talking about, I'm not wrong. The stock wouldn't be down 23% if it was fairly valued. That's apparent enough. But the K-Groth guy, he's fucking stupid. There's been a few stupid people in my chat. Those people are stupid. If you're coming into a live stream to talk shit to the fucking host, you're probably stupid. Especially when the host knows more about investing and markets and valuation. It's probably pretty stupid. We butt heads before, all good. Yeah, it's all good, bro. It's all good.
We have said that a lot. Duo is a part of your daily routine. That's what we want him to be.
I'm sure you will mature eventually.
Being able to start your day.
I don't need to mature. I'm gonna be rich, so what do I need to mature? What is again, just because you've been doing this longer than me doesn't mean fucking anything, dude. But good luck. And I don't need your subscription. I don't want a subscription from a fucking loser, bro. I don't want a subscription from a fucking loser, so I'm actually gonna ban you. How about, nah, I won't ban you, but I don't want your subscription. Keep your brokey money. Do you have something fun planned for yourself with the GME gains? I'm never selling GameStop. I'm only gonna buy more until I'm a multi-millionaire.
Welcome everyone to Duolingo's fourth quarter 2025 earnings webcast. Today after market close, we released this quarter's shareholder letter, a copy of which you can find on our IR website at investors.duolingo.com. On today's call, we have Luis Von Ahn, our co-founder and CEO, and Jillian Munson, who we are pleased to welcome as our new CFO. They will begin with some prepared remarks before we open the call for questions. Analysts will be able to ask a question by using the raise hand feature. And please note, this call is being recorded and all participants are in listen-only mode. Before we begin, please note we'll make some forward-looking statements regarding future events and financial performance. These statements are subject to risks and uncertainties described in our SEC filings and are based on assumptions we believe to be reasonable as of today. We undertake no obligation to update them. We'll also discuss both GAAP and non-GAAP financial measures. Reconciliations between the two can be found in our earnings materials, and we encourage you to review them when evaluating our performance. And now I will turn it over to Luis.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I want to start by talking about Matt Skarupa, who up until today has presided over 100% of our earnings calls as our CFO. It really has been one of the singular honors of my career to work with Matt. Matt, I know you're watching tonight, and thank you, really, for everything you did for our mission. Now, Matt is a hard act to follow, so I can't think of anybody better to take his place than the person who helped us hire him, our long-term board member and chair of our audit committee, Jillian Munson. She's our new CFO. She's here with us today, and I'm very much looking forward to working closely with her. Now, let's get to the business at hand. 2025 was another strong year for Duolingo. For the first time, we surpassed 50 million daily active users, and that's more than 5 times as many as we had when we IPO'd in 2021. We also delivered over $1 billion in bookings, and more than $300 million in adjusted EBITDA. I'm proud that we have built a business that is profitable at scale and that is having a huge positive impact in the world. But what excites me most is not what we've already achieved, it's what's ahead. I'm more convinced than ever that the accelerating advances in AI will fundamentally change the way people learn. This creates an enormous opportunity for us. We are the most popular education app in the world by a margin, and we intend to lead this shift. By leaning into this moment, we believe we can redefine the future of learning while generating exceptional value for our shareholders over the long term. So, huge opportunity ahead of us, and the most important thing right now is to continue attracting users. We said this in our last earnings call. Now, while our DAU growth over the past several years has been nothing short of phenomenal, it decelerated throughout 2025, and as the new year began, we continued seeing this trend. We now expect DAU growth to be about 20% year over year throughout 2026. This reinforced my conviction that we needed to take more decisive actions to re-accelerate DAU growth. Another way of seeing it is that long-term value in this business is driven by 2 things: the size of our active learner base, that's like the size of the pie, and how effectively we monetize that base. You can think of that as the piece of the pie that pays. At this moment, we are prioritizing growing the size of the pie. So, as I detailed in our shareholder letter, we have a carefully considered plan for 2026 that focuses on teaching better and user growth. In addition to the thousands of A/B tests we plan to run in 2026 to improve our product, we have larger initiatives that fall into 3 categories: teaching languages better, improving the free user experience, and feeding our next growth engines, meaning our subjects of math, music, and chess. All of this is in service of growing DAUs faster. Our medium-term goal is to reach 100 million daily active users in 2028. If we succeed in doubling our DAUs, the payoff would be significant. A more resilient brand, a business with meaningfully higher bookings and profit, and most importantly, a company that reaches and teaches far more people around the world. But in the short term implication is that this year we'll see slower bookings growth and lower profitability, as captured in our guide. I want you to know that I don't take this decision lightly, and that I know it may come as a surprise to some investors, but it's fundamentally aligned with what I said to shareholders in my very first letter, which I will now read. Dear potential investors, the main thing you need to know is that I
Why
plan
the
to
fuck
dedicate
would
my
he
life
read
to
his
building a
first
future in which, through technology, every person on this planet
garbage
has access to the best quality of education.
You guys
And not
really
only that,
think this is a good
but a future
company?
in which people
Okay.
want to spend their time learning. Duolingo is the platform for building that future, and we are just getting started. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jillian Long-Term Munson.
Thank you, Luis, for the really warm welcome. Being a full-time member of this team is going to be a great adventure. I'd be remiss if I didn't say a huge thank you to my friend and colleague, Matt Skarupa, who we are all going to miss and who I wish all the best. We had a solid finish to the year and ended in a strong financial position, a great platform from which to look forward strategically, as Luis explained. Turning to the go-forward plan and guidance, in our shareholder letter, we have included a lot of specific details to help you with your 2026 modeling, likely more than we will going forward. I'll repeat a bit here and add some color in areas we really want to be sure we emphasize. At the highest level, our 2026 guidance is bookings growth of 10 to 12%, revenue growth of 15 to 18%, and adjusted EBITDA margin around 25%. For our Q1 guidance, it is 11% bookings growth, 25% revenue growth, and an adjusted EBITDA margin of 25.5%. Here are some details that I hope will help you with your models. Looking at bookings. Quarter to date, as of last Friday, Q1 bookings growth was tracking above our Q1 guidance. However, it's important to remember that we are heading into a particularly tough compare in the first half with Dead Duo, a price increase, particularly strong advertising bookings, and the rollout of Energy. We are modeling some improvement to bookings growth rates at the end of the year, but have only factored in modest early returns on our investments at this point, which we think is prudent, as shifts like the ones we are making can take some time to materialize. Turning to revenue. We believe that the rate of year-over-year revenue growth will adjust down following bookings growth rates over the course of the year, with some stabilization in the second half. Given our Q1 guidance is 25% growth, the math implies that quarters 3 and 4 will be below the low end of this guidance range. As for costs, as you think about our COGS, the key thing to keep in mind is that we plan to share AI features with a far greater portion of our user base. This is anticipated in the lower gross margins that we outlined in our letter. Additionally, we are investing in 2026. As a result, we expect that R&D and sales and marketing spend growth will outpace revenue growth. Putting it all together, the trajectory of adjusted EBITDA margins will likely be slightly different in 2026 than in previous years. In Q1, we've guided to 25.5% adjusted EBITDA margin, and we expect adjusted EBITDA margin to decline roughly 3 points sequentially in Q2. Then it will improve through the back half of the year, with Q4 being our highest margin quarter in 2026. I'd note, however, that we do manage to annual targets, and the timing of our spending could shift, which we will update you on as we continue the year. That's a lot of detail, we know. We hope that in combination with the shareholder letter, this does help you manage your estimates as we execute our strategy. You may ask about our guidance philosophy, and so I thought I'd note that. This year, our view is that, like in Q4, our hope is to narrow the gap between our guidance and actuals versus what you have generally seen from Duolingo in the past. Finally, I would like to highlight our buyback authorization that was announced today. Our board has authorized a buyback of up to $400 million in our shares. We believe this represents good capital allocation discipline and expect to execute upon this authorization in the coming year. I couldn't be more excited to have joined this company at this time. The size and scale of the market opportunity ahead is massive, and I very much view 2026 as a foundational year to achieve that opportunity. Thank you, Louise. I'm excited to step into this role during this important moment at the company. And now I'll turn it back to the operator, and we can take your questions.
We will now move to our question and answer session. At this time, if you would like to ask a question, please click on the raise hand button, which can be found on the black bar at the bottom of your screen. You may remove yourself from the queue at any time by lowering your hand. When it is your turn, you'll receive a message on your screen asking to be promoted to panelist. Please accept, wait a moment, and once you've been promoted, you'll hear your name called and you may unmute your video and audio and ask your question. Your Zoom application may disappear momentarily. This is expected and your window will reappear. We are allowing analysts one relevant follow-up question to their main question today. We will now pause a moment to allow the team to gather the questions and assemble the queue. We'll take our first question from Brian Smellick with JP Morgan. Brian is just connecting now, so it might just take a moment. Brian, please turn on your video and unmute your line and ask your question.
Great. Thanks for taking the questions today. Luis, to start, can you just elaborate a bit more on, what you're seeing in the market across AI, and just overall innovation across the technology space that makes this the right time for the strategic shift, to reaccelerate user growth? And I guess more fundamentally, to achieve your 2028 target to double users, what are the, call it 1 to 2 top priorities across the product that will really enhance that DAU growth and drive the implied acceleration to get there? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the question. Okay, in terms of AI, look, we really are in a unique time in history. AI is going to allow us to teach significantly better. And I also believe that the way people learn is just going to change. And the reason for that is I think that in the next few years, we are going to see quality of teaching that is as good as a one-on-one tutor. We're going to see that. But not only that, not only is it as good as a one-on-one tutor, but it'll be as fun as a mobile game. So it's this incredible thing that's going to happen. And the things that we're seeing is we're able to find where users or learners are having trouble and really specialize in that and answer all their questions and whenever they have any kind of confusion, we can get in there and really fix it. We also in the case of teaching languages, we can finally practice conversation better. We have this feature of video call with Lily. It keeps getting better and better at being able to practice your conversation. And so we can see improvements in how well people are learning. And the same is true for all our other subjects, certainly with math. Like I said in our shareholder letter, I believe that this year we're going to have the best tutor app for math. This is going to be Duolingo Math. It'll just, I think this is a huge market potential. There's about 1 billion people learning math in the world, so we'll be able to teach them, as many as we can really well. So I'm very excited about AI in general, and this is why I think now is the time to try to attract as many users as possible. Now, in terms of what are the top priorities that will allow us to get to 100 million daily active users by 2028, it's a number of things. In general, the 3 buckets that we're going to be investing in are teaching languages better. Languages is our largest subject, and it'll continue being our largest subject for a while. We're going to teach languages significantly better, and there's a lot of work there. Another one is in making the free user experience better. The less friction that there is in the free user experience, the more users we have. We have seen this over the last 15 years. Whenever we remove friction from the free user experience, DAUs grow. So that is another one. And then the third thing that we're going to be doing is just investing a lot in our new growth engines. That's our new subjects. So in particular, chess has grown quite a bit. As I said in our shareholder letter, we have about 7 million daily active users in chess, and this is less than a year after we launched. At this point, we believe we're the second largest chess thing in the world, and which is, by the way, incredible because if you search for chess on the App Store, we don't appear in the results. We just haven't even gotten there to doing App Store optimization, but we already got the 7 million daily active users. So those are the things that I think are going to help us get there.
Great, thanks. And then I guess, elaborating a bit more, you mentioned video call as well, too. Can you talk about the philosophy and the product roadmap really across Max versus Super? You've been very transparent in the past in terms of, oscillating the features and the relative pricing set. So how should we think about just overall the Max roadmap as you start to shift those video calls to Super users as well?
Yeah, when we started Max a few years ago, we introduced some AI features. We were super excited about all the AI features because they really can help us teach better. At the time, cost for AI inference was way higher than it is now. And so we decided to put our AI features in, behind a much higher subscription tier, which is Duolingo Max. That's what we have done. But we said back then that as AI costs came down, we would experiment putting features in the different tiers because ultimately our goal is to be able to teach as many people as possible. At this point, the cost of a video call has gone down very significantly over the last couple of years since we launched video call, and we feel pretty comfortable being able to put it inside Super Duolingo. Now, like everything we do, this is going to be an A/B test. We're going to A/B test what happens if we put some video call in Super Duolingo. I'm not sure what that A/B test will do. It may be that this increases revenue because more people sign up to Super Duolingo, or because the retention of Super Duolingo is significantly higher because video call is there. Or it may be that it decreases bookings because we're not making as much money from selling Max. I don't know what it'll do, but whatever it does, we're going to take the appropriate action. So for example, if the decrease in bookings is too high, we may do something like we meter video calls. So for example, on Super Duolingo, you only get access to 1 video call a day, versus on Max, you get unlimited. Now, I'm saying all of this very much in advance because I don't actually know what will win in these A/B tests. But what I will tell you is that for sure, we will put some form of video call in our Super tier, because we just think that it'll help us teach a lot better to a significantly larger number of people. There's about 10 times as many subscribers on Super than there are on Max. So if we put video call on Super, 10 times as many people have access to conversational practice. And the other thing that I think is, we're going to do this on our own terms. I mean, my sense is that over time, it will not make sense to have a feature like video call on their plan that is so expensive as Max. So, you know, we're doing it from a position of strength right now where our finances are very strong, and we're going to just do that, as opposed to, you know, if we had to do it defensively 3 years from now because a competitor popped up. I mean, at the moment, we really are not worried about competition, so we're getting ahead of it.
Yeah, and Brian, we designed the guidance to give the company the room to go do all of this and experiment with this and do the right thing for our customers. And that's precisely how the guidance and the way we're thinking about the financials this year are designed.
Great. Thank you both.
Our next question comes from Ralph Shakart with William Blair. Please unmute your line, turn on your video, and ask your question.
Good evening, Luis and Jillian. Thanks for taking the question. How's it going? Luis, last call, when you talked about the reprioritization for 2026, and I think, you know, it was sort of contemplated it was going to have some impact on the financials for 2026, but maybe not to the level guided that was presented today. At least that was my interpretation. I could certainly have that wrong. But I guess, did something change since last quarter in terms of how you thought about 2026? So the user growth, you know, is this larger than perhaps you originally anticipated? And then maybe a question for Jillian on the 20% DAO growth. You know, when these friction points or monetization friction points are removed, should we expect some reacceleration in the DAO metrics? And I guess you sort of suggested that you're tracking above in bookings. Maybe just some kind of early reads on, as you're removing some of these friction points, how the user growth is responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph, for your question. So yes, in the last call, as you said, we said that we would be concentrating on user growth. And for similar reasons as now. One, we had seen deceleration of DAU growth throughout 2025, some deceleration of user growth. And in addition to that, you know, we think this is just a unique opportunity where instead of decelerating user growth, we should be accelerating user growth, because we should, you know, it's just capture this opportunity. So that was what we said in the last earnings call. What happened between then and now are two things. The first is that we kept on seeing this trend of user deceleration, and by now we expect about 20% year-over-year DAU growth throughout 2026. And that, you know, that and the other thing is that my conviction of AI just increased even more, and that just made it so that I have even more conviction that we need to spend, you know, really the vast majority of our efforts on DAU growth. And as we, you know, built the plan for 2026, this is what came out. I mean, the guidance that we're giving. And, you know, in terms of the 20%, I guess, Jillian, you can go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so as Luis said, we really do expect that 20% through the year. In terms of the Q1, what we're seeing so far, it is tracking ahead of the guidance. And we think that shows everyone that there is a lot of health in the business, but you do have some really, really tough comps coming. And so the overall guide reflects that. You know, a thing I think it's really important to put in context that Luis is talking about is the confidence we've gotten in going for the bigger prize. And so when you think about that 20% and the 100 million target, that would imply an acceleration to, you know, much higher growth rates in the next couple of years. And if you kind of play that out in terms of what the financials could look at, that is just, as Luis said, a much bigger business. So as we look at the business, we think to ourselves, okay, we could have grown the business. Probably we would be at about, you know, a mid-teens CAGR. over the next couple of years. If we could keep our margins where they are, we're probably looking at $1.5 billion business, $400+ million in adjusted EBITDA. But we at the company are really motivated to go for the bigger prize, which is much more aligned with what Luis and Severin were thinking about when they founded the company. So then if you sort of play out the DAO, these is all back of the envelope. But if we can get to that DAO and even reasonable monetization assumptions from where we are today, and we believe we can scale our expenses over time, you're looking at a business in a couple of years that could be $2.5 billion with over 700 million in adjusted EBITDA. And I think around this entire company, we're really motivated to go for the bigger prize. And so that's what you're seeing in kind of how we're thinking about it. In terms of when you're going to see it in the model, we've really modeled it late in the year. So it's going to take a little while. What we're working on is going to take a little while to see through it, but we do have a little bit in the end of the year. We think it's prudent to keep that small for now until we kind of get going. You'll start to see more and more as we move into 27 and 28.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Jillian.
The next question comes from Mark Mahoney with Evercore. Please turn on your video, unmute your line and ask your question.
Okay, great. I want to ask a growth question and a product question. The growth question is, you mentioned these factors that cause this deceleration, law of large numbers, increased maybe focus on monetization. There are two other potential reasons too. So just address those, which is market saturation and competitive intensity. Maybe there's, and are there new data points that just remind you or open your eyes even more to the long-term growth opportunity here? And then in the products, the video calls is a wonderful product. These other things that you're talking about, the speaking adventures, is that on the come? Like how soon should we expect that? And getting to this more advanced content with all of your 9 largest languages up to that 129 score, is that something that happens now, or is that something that's a multi-year build? Like how long does it take to get to those 2 products, that we could potentially see the products and then the impact that they would have? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so your first question is about market saturation and competition. We're worried about neither one of those. In terms of competition, if you look at language learning apps, we have about 85% of the daily active users of language learning apps in the world. And that number has remained, pretty flat over a while. Basically, we're just not particularly concerned about that. In terms of market saturation, for example, we look at things like the percentage of daily active users in a given country compared to the size of the internet base of that country. So for example, in the United States, 2% of all internet users on a given day use Duolingo. So 2% penetration in the US for daily users. In the UK, that's 3%. In Germany, that's 4%. And Germany is not the highest country we have. We actually think we can get much higher than that. But even if we only assume that every country got to 2%, which is the US penetration, we would more than double our daily active users. So I just don't think we're near saturation at all. And in general, we're not seeing anything different. For example, we survey our churned users, and the answers to the surveys of our churned users haven't really changed in years. And the most common answer, by the way, when people stop using Duolingo about where they go, is that they stop learning, and that has been true for a while. So that's just not something we're particularly concerned about. In terms of the features, we mentioned in the shareholder letter, we mentioned speaking adventures. We're very excited about that. What that feature is like is basically it's a little game where you have to do something. For example, you may be told, go buy a sandwich and give it to that person and then ask them for money or something, like something that you have to do. So in that, you do a lot of things with just text, but every now and then in there you have to speak to get the things what you want. That's going to come out. That's going to be for all users, free and paid. That's going to be scaled. I mean, we're already testing it. That's going to be scaled sometime mid-year. So you probably see it in your app sometime between now and the middle of the year. We're very excited about that. In terms of more advanced content, that's happening relatively soon. In a matter of a month or two, you will see significantly more advanced content. So basically, all of our courses that teach the top 9 languages that we teach, which by the way cover more than 90% of our daily active users, will have content up to Duolingo score 129, which is a particularly important score because that's the score that you need in order to get a knowledge job in that language. So we're very excited about that, and that's coming now. Importantly to say, that content is going to go out there, and we're very happy about that. But that's just the beginning. As soon as it goes out there, we can start improving this content the same way we improve everything. And so over the remainder of the year, you're just going to see better and better versions of this more advanced content. And we're pretty excited about that.
Okay. Thank you, Luis.
Sure. Thank you, Mark.
We'll take our next question from Justin Patterson with KeyBank. Please unmute your video and audio and ask your question.
Great. Thank you very much. Luis, I was hoping you'd talk a little bit more about just the social strategy. We haven't really seen the same degree of virality through TikTok that you used to be getting. So would love to hear about how you're refining that and thinking of that as just a vector to grow daily usage. And then with respect to video call, I know you've made a lot of improvements within there designed to increase more words being spoken, to make it easier to use. So I'd love to hear about just how that's been going versus expectations and how you think moving this into the super tier can really drive more engagement and eventually help contribute to that bookings reacceleration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. In terms of our social marketing strategy, I mean, we have an excellent marketing team. Really, I think best in the business. Our videos are going viral and they're getting millions of views. But I have to say the comparison point, particularly a year ago. A year ago, there were many weeks where we had the single most watched video in all of TikTok. That's incredible. So while we're still seeing virality in our videos, we're not in a position where it's the most watched video in all of TikTok. There's a number of reasons for that. One of them is just algorithms have changed enough that it's harder to do that, consistently. So that's one reason. And in general, we're going to continue with the strategy of really trying to get as much virality as possible. And that will. I'm pretty happy with the results so far. But you are right that compared to a year ago, it's not quite the same. In terms of video call improvements, I'm very happy with the results for video call improvements. Basically, if you look at the graph of words spoken per user on video call, that is just a monotonically increasing graph over time. It just keeps getting better and better and better. And basically, we're just a lot better at getting a Lily that you're talking to elicit more conversation. Right now we're trying a new thing where we're actually starting to tell you, hey, in your next response, ask a question, or in your next response, use the word because or something, and that actually really gets people going more and more. So I'm very happy with all these improvements, and I really do think that giving it to more users, what that'll do is it'll basically get more users to be promoters of Duolingo, because we see that people that engage with video call post online and say things like, my God, I was skeptical that I could learn a language on Duolingo, but I've just been using Duolingo and using video call, and somehow out of the blue, I am now able to have a conversation. So we're very happy with that.
Thank you.
Our next question comes from Andrew Boone with Citizens JMP. Please unmute your video and audio and ask your question.
Thanks so much for taking the question. I wanted to go back to the free user experience and improving it. And really the question is, how does that evolve into a monetization strategy over time, right? So it sounds like one of the lessons was that you guys essentially over monetized your user base. So Luis, as we think about going through this transition, what happens on the other side in terms of the lesson that you guys now have as you guys come back and then start to monetize users later on?
Andrew, this is an excellent question. Look, we got ourselves into an interesting situation where both Duolingo is under monetized and over monetized at the same time. It's under monetized in that, look, only about 10% of our monthly active users pay us. We wholeheartedly believe we can do much better than that. If you look at comps, if you look at things like Spotify, for example, it's like half of their users are paying them, give or take. And in a lot of these freemium businesses, we really think we can get much higher than 10%. However, the way we were, increasing monetization was, we found that the quickest way to increase monetization was basically by adding friction. The more we added friction, the more we got people to subscribe. And that, that's okay, but I think that we got it to a point where it really became at odds with DAU growth. There are other ways to get people to subscribe. For example, you can add more features, or you can have features that are, not exactly a friction, but things like selling customizations for avatars and things like that have worked really well for games, and we are kind of half a game. So what we're doing now is for the next year, we're using this year to also find ways to monetize that get more people to subscribe. That is true, but that may not be doing so by adding friction. And we're really confident that we can do that. It's just slower because monetizing by adding friction, like if you told me next week I needed to make whatever, $50,000 more a day, it was actually quite easy to do. You just double the ad load or whatever it was. But these other ways of monetizing are just going to take a little longer to do. But we're very confident that we're gonna have some, because only 10% of our active users pay us to subscribe.
And then I wanted to ask about the chess disclosure. And this is really about utilizing multiple apps at the same time. And so if I think about the 7 million users and I think about the core trend of core Duolingo through 2025, how do I think about multiple users using multiple apps, right? Do I just take the 53 million and I subtract 7 to be able to think about where you are? Or what's the right way to think about that? Thank you so much.
Another great question. So we said chess has gotten up to about 7 million daily active users in less than a year. We're very proud of that. It's an incredible growth. Now, the majority of these users, whenever we put a new subject out on Duolingo, it is a lot easier to get to our own users rather than to get to users outside of Duolingo, because we have a direct line of communication to our own users. So the majority of these users, we're not basically saying the exact number, but the majority of those users are users that were Duolingo users and now are using both languages and chess. That's basically what the common thing that's happening. We're the way to see it is not that languages have not been growing. In fact, languages are growing at about the same pace as Duolingo, because it's the largest course. It's just that we are getting some new users for chess, but a lot of them are just doubling up from languages and chess. And what we are seeing is that over time, more and more people are finding out that Duolingo has chess. And then chess is starting to attract its own user base. And I think that's what's going to happen over time. That just takes a little bit of time to do that. But that's what's happening.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next question comes from Alexander Sklar with Raymond James. Please unmute your video and audio and ask your question.
Great, thank you. Luis or Jillian, I don't know who wants to take this one, but on the bookings outlook, just given some of the unknowns you spoke to with Brian's question earlier on how video call tests are going to play out on Super, what is the bookings outlook factor in terms of conversion rate of Super relative to what you've experienced in the past? And how much time or data, Luis, do you think you need to know if the decision's a successful one based on some of the historical testing?
So if you look at the bookings, the main thing to think about right now is if you start from Q4 bookings growth of about 24%, and then look over to the guide, we think about half of that is the user deceleration continuation that Luis talked about. And then the other half of that is us monetizing more carefully and thinking about, taking away some friction for our users. So that's how we're thinking about positioning that. In terms of exactly how all the monetization is going to play out, as you know, we A/B test like crazy around here, and so there's a lot to be learned, as Luis explained, over the course of this year. What we're really trying to do with the guidance is give ourselves the room from a position of really good financial strength to go do that work, because we think it gives us the opportunity to reach for the higher prize.
Yeah, and in terms of how long it'll take until we know this is working, it's going to take a little while. I mean, we need to make a lot of product changes, et cetera, each of which take a while. And then we also need to see user reactions, et cetera. So it's going to take a little while. As Jillian said, we're putting in something modest towards the end of the year to see that some things are working there.
Okay, and then maybe just a quick follow-up. Anything factored in terms of pricing changes within the different packages in the outlook?
I mean, what we're going to do this year is we're going to be experimenting, like pretty much every year, although probably more so, with prices quite a bit. That means higher prices, lower prices. We're always A/B testing, so we're going to be doing that. But we're not. This is not something that we're really putting in. We're putting in the results of all the combined experiments in the outlook. But I don't know if I can tell you for a fact that the price of Super will be higher because we have video call or not. I don't know the results of the A/B tests.
All right. Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next question comes from Wyatt Swanson with D.A. Davidson. Please unmute your video and audio and ask your question.
Hey guys, thanks for the question. I've just got one, thinking about like the medium-term goal of reaching the 100 million DAUs. Does that assume like marketing stays elevated and monetization stays on the back burner for the entire duration? I think you've kind of answered it, but I'm just sort of thinking through as you've sort of ramped monetization over the past year and you've started seeing DAUs start to decel. So like, how do you think about that balance over the medium term? Should we see monetization slowly start to ramp up in these alternate forms that, you're kind of exploring?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer, and I can also let Jillian have at it. But in general, our marketing is still extremely efficient. I mean, it's really still a small fraction of our revenue that we spend in marketing. I assume that every year the total number of marketing dollars that we spend will continue going up. However, I'm hoping that past this year we are going to get some efficiencies. It's hard to say exactly what will happen past this year. It's not like we're guiding, but I assume that we're going to get some efficiencies past this year. And then in terms of monetization, like Jillian was saying before, just almost any way you look at it, with 100 million daily active users, this is just a much larger business. I do believe, again, hard to put in numbers exactly, to give you a model or anything for past 2026, but I do believe that you're going to see other things really start ramping up. I'm very excited about direct ad sales. We're seeing just good uptake on that. And I'm also very excited about in-app purchases, in particular with our avatars. There's a lot of love for our avatars and for our playful brand, and we think we can do quite a bit there.
Yeah, and as you think about the margins of the business, one of the reasons I'm so excited about where we're at is that we've shown that this business can have tremendous scale, even at the size we're at today. And we think we can be a lot bigger. And there's nothing that we can see in the business that says we can't scale it going forward. We're making an investment right now and descaling some to make that happen. But really, we don't think we need to hire double the number of people, twice the amount of marketing. We think that this business can scale really beautifully. It's one of the nicest things about the business model, that we have the opportunity to do what we're doing from a position of strength, profitability. We will continue to generate tremendous EBITDA and free cash flow, even as we invest. And we see no reason why we couldn't scale up as we re-enter monetization in a bit more of a smarter way from here.
Got it. That's fair. And could you maybe answer as to like what the ads business will look like going forward? You've talked about like doubling the ad load is maybe causing additional friction and users potentially turning off. So like are ads, it almost made it sound like ads were almost coming off of the platform and it wasn't going to be like as big of a monetization channel.
What we're unlikely to do is increase ad load. At the moment, you see an ad at the end of a lesson. That is unlikely to go up. Certainly not this year, because that really goes counter to everything that I'm saying. However, we are doing a lot better of a job at displaying better ads. I mean, historically, we just have not spent a lot of effort on ads historically. So, for example, we use just these network ads that are kind of the lowest common denominator network ads. We are now doing direct deals. What that does is it does two things for our business. Number one, it significantly increases the quality of the ad. So rather than getting ads for like games that you've never heard of, you're gonna get ads from like Disney or something. Significantly higher quality ads. And then the amount of money we make per ad is significantly higher when we do that. So I think that's kind of how it's going to be. We're experimenting with some stuff that is really cool, but I don't know if we'll make it work. I'll tell you, my dream has always been to be able to give you ads in the language that you're learning. And we are trying that. So if you're learning Spanish, part of the ad's going to be in Spanish. What I love about that is that the users want that. And so, and that's also good in the end for the advertiser because the user is actually paying a lot of attention. So I'm hoping we'll be able to try that. I don't know which of these things will work, but in general, I just think no, ad load will not be higher, but we'll make a lot more money per ad.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
Our next question comes from Nathan Feather with Morgan Stanley. Please unmute your line and ask your question.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Two on my end. First, there's been a lot of concern in the market about the improvement in AI translation tools and the general rise of all-purpose chatbots. I guess what gives you conviction that the user deceleration we saw in 2025 was not due to those factors? And then second, just of the changes you've made so far to improve the user experience, are you seeing anything in the data that gives you conviction that these changes are going to stabilize user growth through the year? And are you already seeing that, or when might you expect to reach that stabilization point?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So AI translation isn't, people talk about it, but it is not something that we are worried internally about. AI translation has been essentially perfect among the large languages for like more than 10 years. I mean, between Spanish and English, it's essentially been perfect. Our users use Duolingo for two main reasons. One, as a hobby, they actually want to learn. And those people, whether there's AI translation or it doesn't matter, it's a hobby for them. And then the other group of people is learning English. They want to learn English, and they actually want to learn English. We know also that, we ask users why they leave Duolingo. We have these churned user surveys. This does not come up. I mean, like I said, the main reason that people leave Duolingo is because they got busy. We know what that means. It just means they are doing more social media. Like that's basically what that means. So we're just not. That's not something we're particularly concerned about. In terms of data about, are we seeing any data that is making us believe that user growth is accelerating, etc. So far, we have done a few things to make the app, the free experience better. For example, we gave a feature that was in Duolingo Max called Explain My Answer. It's now free for everybody. So we've done stuff like that, and we are seeing quite a bit of uptake on the features, and we're seeing that users love it. But we have not yet seen an acceleration in DAUs that we think is like, oh my God, we're done. Now, to be fair, we did not expect this. I think this is why we're saying that you should expect, seeing some modest results towards the end of the year.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Our next question comes from Ryan McDonald with Needham. Please unmute your video and audio and ask your question.
Hello, Luis.
Hi,
John,
Ryan.
nice to meet you. Welcome. Luis, I wanted to ask about sort of Duolingo Max to start. Fourth quarter, I think, was your first sort of large cohort or lapping the first large cohort of Max subscribers, and was curious what you were seeing from a retention and renewal perspective and how much that's guiding sort of the strategy to bring video call back into Super. And then if we're when this sort of transition happens, Jillian, when should we start to see, I guess, the impact of subscribers moving from Max down to Super with video call being the feature, and what assumptions are you making for that in the guidance?
Yeah, in terms of Max, none of the Max numbers are making us do anything with video call. The Max numbers are actually quite good. We're happy with the Max numbers. We are taking, what I call an offensive move with Max. I just believe that the cost of video call has gone down enough that it just kind of doesn't make sense for us to just have it in Max when we can offer it in much cheaper packages. We're not quite there where we can offer it for free, but at some point we may be able to, and I want to offer it for free because I actually think that it is in our best interest to have the largest possible user base that we can figure out how to monetize in any way rather than just keeping this for a tiny little bit of the user base, so that's just our philosophy. So the entire decision for trying to put video call in Super comes more from, we think that this is the right thing for our users rather than any numbers with Max. We're pretty happy with the numbers with Max, actually. And then Jillian, I don't know if you wanted to answer that second part. We cannot hear you. You're muted, or I cannot hear you. Uh-oh. Well, sorry, your question, I kind of forgot what your question was because I was like, oh, that's for Jillian. I forget it. What was your question? I can try to answer that.
Yeah, as you think about the guidance for fiscal 26, I guess
Mhm.
what assumptions, if any, are you making, sort of building in for when video call rolls out to Super, for sort of, I guess you could call it sort of ARPU trend changes of maybe downsells from Max down to Super from that
Yeah,
standpoint?
you know what? I'll tell you probably what I know what Jillian would have said in here. Look, we ourselves don't really know exactly what is going to happen with this A/B test where we start giving video call to Super. We don't know that ourselves, but we're going to A/B test it. Everything we put in our guidance some bounds, what we think that will actually, this is what we think in all, and there are some bounds. We'll stay within those bounds, and we have different ways of staying within those bounds. So, for example, if we see that putting video call in Super really, destroys our Max business or something, where it's like really terrible, then we'll start doing something like metering video call in Super, like you only get access to one per day versus in Max it's unlimited, something like that. Again, I'm talking about things in the future because so I just don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we're going to stay within the bounds of what we have in the guide.
Okay.
I don't know, Jillian, if we can hear you now or not. No, unfortunately.
Not quite. Okay. Maybe, Luis, just one more quick one for you. You
Yeah.
talked about sort of math and thinking that that's an opportunity to build and sort of have one of the best math tutoring apps in the world. As that gets developed, would you look at sort of new channels in terms of how to sort of distribute that? Like I think in the past, Duolingo for schools, as a way to sort of open up that population on the language side. Is that a potential viable channel as you think about areas where you could get this DAU growth from something like math?
Yeah, math is an interesting subject, and on the one side, I don't know of another subject other than languages that has as much of a market. I mean, math, there's 1 billion people learning math. So that's awesome. Now, they're different than languages in the sense that these billion people generally don't want to learn math, whereas the language people actually want to do that. And these billion people are mostly in schools. In fact, they're mostly in K through 12 schools. That's where they are. So that is definitely where we're going to get to now. There's multiple ways to imagine how to do that. Our first step is to just make this product. We're almost there. I mean, if you look at the internal versions of our math course, they are incredibly good. Once that happens, there's a big question about go-to-market. At the moment, our hypothesis is that the easier way to get started, that may not be the ultimate thing that we do, but the easier way to get started is to think of it as a supplemental thing for schools. So rather than, get deals with school districts and stuff like that, think of it more as a competitor to Kumon.
Yeah.
That is, we believe, the better way to get started. Because there's a very large number of people that do have some sort of help outside, etc. By the way, what we like about this, and this is not, you're not going to see this year, but what we like about this over the long term is that the propensity to pay, not from the kids but from the parents, for math is very high. So we'll probably be able to do something there.
Awesome. Appreciate the color. Thanks, Luis.
Can you hear me now, Luis?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Crazy
Jillian's
that
back.
she can't
I'm
even
glad.
connect the mic.
Otherwise
She got
they
it
would have
though.
started asking questions about
I know.
acronyms that I don't know, and we're in trouble.
Some nice people just snuck around my computer. We're better now. Thank you, guys.
We'll take our next question from Shweta Kajuria with Wolf Research. Please turn on your video and ask your question.
Hello.
Hi, Shweta.
Hi, Luis. Thank you for taking my questions. I was going to ask Julian very specific 3 questions while she was muted, just to test her mic. No, actually, I have 2 questions. One is on retention and the other is on AI. So on retention rates, as we think about you investing in math and music and chess, and perhaps there are some cross-platform benefits, how do we think about churn and/or retention rates over time as you invest in the product? My understanding is that it has remained largely stable, but is there a reason to think that it actually improves markedly, and what that can do to your platform? And then the second is on AI. So you addressed this in terms of competition, where you have a market lead versus anyone else in the market right now. But what AI could potentially do is accelerate the path to creating new competitors that don't even exist today. So could you talk to potential risk of an AI of a competitor emerging because AI is making it easier to create certain products?
Yeah, sure. In terms of retention, I'll let Jillian say more stuff, but generally our retention, especially for payer retention, is pretty stable. It's very healthy and very stable. There's some chance it may go up. I don't think we're modeling that. I'll let Jillian know because I don't actually know if we're modeling that or not. But there's some chance it may go up over time. Is because one thing we do know is that multi-subject users have higher retention, and the other thing that is true is that over time, more and more users are learning multiple subjects just because we offer more subjects. So there's some chance that it may go up. But I don't think, so far, you shouldn't really believe me on this because it has remained pretty flat.
Okay.
I don't know, Jillian, if you want to add to that, then I can go to the new competitors on AI.
I mean, retention, it looks pretty flat over a fairly long period of time. And we look at it in aggregate, and we look at it via cohorts. I think the perspective we have is that it can stay where it is. That said, I think you're pointing out something really, really important. All the work we're doing to make the product great so that word of mouth and top of the funnel and all that stuff keeps keeping the size of the pool bigger. That also helps current customers too, right? They get those features too. So I think it's a possibility, but we haven't modeled anything significant on that front on.
Okay.
Yeah, and in terms of your question about, can a new competitor show up because AI allows the building of something faster? So it is true that with AI you can build stuff faster. And I assume that that'll be more true over time. That is an assumption that we have. The good news is that also applies to us. So we can also build stuff faster. So that is good. The other thing to say is, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think, in the market about how easy it is to recreate a very sophisticated app like Duolingo. The reality is that if I were to write down just a spec of Duolingo, and I'm not talking about recreating it as in a programming language, like write it down in English, it would take me years because there are a million corner cases of things that we do that we're really smart about how, what we do for the user to get them to be more engaged or teach better, etc. So I'm not particularly worried about somebody just magically pressing a button and an app appearing that that is just better than Duolingo. On top of that, it's pretty hard. The reason Duolingo so far has not really gotten competition at a large scale. Again, we have like 85% of the daily active users of language learning apps in the world, is because it's pretty hard to compete with our free product in the sense that we have really huge distribution. And a new entrant, when they come in, they need to figure out how to grow. What they usually do is they try performance marketing to try to grow fast. But because our free product is so good, they usually cannot make their performance marketing work if they are to have a free product. So what then they do is they put a paywall on it, and then that just really caps them. So it's just been really hard for entrants. I mean, look, the reality is that over the span of Duolingo, we have probably seen, I don't know, 400 apps come up and try to compete with us. And I'm making that number up, it's hundreds. And we just don't see them grow, again, because we have a very large distribution.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks, Luis. Thanks, Jillian.
Thank you.
We'll take our next question from Eric Sheridan with Goldman Sachs. Please unmute your line and ask your question.
Eric, hello.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for taking the questions. Maybe building on Shweta's question and asking it a little bit differently. When you think about the AI landscape, what is the scope by which you think you need to sort of be a leader in AI learning in the four walls of your application and your experience, as opposed to possibly cooperating with LLM agents and being an application layer to their platform if more consumer behavior goes in that direction from an aggregation standpoint? I'd love to get your sort of philosophical view on that. And maybe the second question would be, you guys were probably one of the leading examples of a mobile-first company with Web 2.0. How should we think about the duration and the need to invest to reposition the company to be AI native in its tech stack over the next couple of years? Thanks so much.
Yeah, So good question about, does it make sense for us to continue in our own app versus something like an LLM? I'll tell you what we do. Just historically, there have been a number of new platforms that have happened since we launched Duolingo. For example, smart watches came out. Also, smart speakers came out, like Alexa. In all cases, we had a lot of people asking us questions, and certainly the companies that were building these things telling us this is the next big thing. Everybody's going to be in their watch. You should be in the watch. In the past, we made the mistake of early on making an app for the watch or whatever, and only to realize later that apps for watches are not really a thing other than exercise apps for watches. So, the way we see it is, if it is the case that consumer behavior changes quite a bit so that nobody has their own app and then everybody's over there, we will definitely do something about it, obviously. What I'll say, though, is that our app in particular, I mean, there are many other apps, etc., but you can think of our app a lot like a game. I mean, it really matters that we are not text-based. It just turns out that people really, really like doing things like playing Candy Crush or doing Duolingo, in part because of the animations, etc. So if you're just asking, are we going to be a thing in a chatbot? I just don't think you can get the engagement that we can get inside like a text-based chatbot. Now, again, I just don't know what the future is going to look like, but this is, at the moment, we feel pretty confident that the right investments are to continue making a beautiful experience that is very visual, because that's just what keeps people engaged. Yeah, and in terms of AI native, I mean, ultimately we're a technology company. We've been really trying to adopt AI and technology as fast as possible. In fact, we've probably gotten in trouble for adopting AI fast, for example, by writing stupid memos that I wrote one time. So I'm also, I think you're gonna see us always take the next step with things like AI.
This concludes the Q&A section of the call. I would now like to turn the call back to the host for closing remarks.
Well, thank you, everyone. These were excellent questions. And I just want to say that, we're very excited about 2026. It is probably not exactly what investors expected. But if you are thinking about Duolingo as a long-term company, which obviously I am, because that's kind of what I want, this is really the right investment to do. The second thing that I'll say is that Jillian started her job 3.5 days ago. So it is incredible the amount of knowledge that she has about our finances, which already surpasses mine. So thank you, Jillian, for that. And thank you, everyone.
I am so delighted to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, man. Well, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. I mean, I will admit they had a pretty good year, but the stock's still overvalued, so whatever. From what I see, they made like 400 million in net income, but their liabilities increased or like doubled or something like that. So I don't know. Pretty interesting though. Pretty interesting how bullish people are on that stock for whatever reason. Makes no sense. I don't like buying ETFs. Growth is too slow. But you're buying Duolingo that has literally no growth. It's only gone down for the past almost year. So how is an ETF too slow when something like this doesn't even grow? Like that, I don't. That doesn't really make sense. That doesn't really make sense. Is it a Fugazi? No, it looks okay. Like, they had a pretty good year, it seems like. But, stock's overvalued, no matter how you look at it. Are they going to have another 400 million net income year? I think that's very debatable. And that's probably why the market's so worried. You know, that's probably why it's down so much. You know, apart from it being overvalued, like, are they really going to have another 400 million net income year? If they don't, like, that's bad. But there's a bunch of geniuses that were in the chat earlier, so who knows? I wouldn't buy it just strictly based off of that alone. The investor base tells you a lot. They tell you a lot. What's a good valuation? Probably like half of what it is now. Probably even more. I don't know. I haven't done fundamental analysis on this thing, but definitely extremely overvalued. 400 million share buybacks. The buyback does nothing if you're buying shares back at an overvaluation. Buyback is pointless. I don't even know. That could also be a reason why the stock's down so much, because anyone who knows how dumb that buyback would be would sell. Why would you do buybacks when the stock's overvalued? That makes no sense. Investors had the same worry about Netflix and Spotify back in the day. Okay. What does Netflix and Spotify have to do with Duolingo? Netflix is down a bunch this year too. They have the same business model? No, they don't. Netflix is a streaming service. Spotify is a music streaming service. And Duolingo's some shitty app you use to learn languages, and it doesn't even do a good job at teaching you language. So, I don't know where you're getting that opinion from, but that is not accurate. Netflix is keeping their paying customers for years. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyone who has Netflix keeps it forever. Duolingo you use for like a month. What if Grok companions start teaching people language scheduled Monday to Friday? Could. I mean, with AI, there's really no use to learn. There's really no, you don't even really need, like, learning a language is a hobby with AI. Oh, I close that page. No. Whoops. I did not mean to close that, but whatever. Whoopsies. Subscription business, so yeah, the same. No, it's not the same. You can't use Netflix for free. You can't, I mean, you can use Spotify for free, but you can't use Duolingo's free. In one aspect, it's the same, so it's all the same. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just cope. Your stock's down fucking 70% in the past 6 months. You gotta cope somehow, apparently. I'll admit they had a good year though. 400 million net income's decent. It's better than what I thought it was going to be. I thought they were just going to post another 100 million year, so at least they're growing net income, but what is it going to look like this year? That's we'll see. I don't think they'd post another 400 million net income. Very doubtful. I see it working for like elementary and middle schools. I mean, it's kind of competition to schools though. Like schools aren't going to use Duolingo. Not the house. Why use Duolingo? I don't get it, but I don't DD the stock. It's just a language learning app. It's honestly not that good though. Like I've used Duolingo like a lot. It's not even that good. Seems like the stock is pretty fair valued. How is it fair valued? Explain how Duolingo is fair valued. Isn't the high income for this quarter due to taxes? Exactly. Wow, someone who actually does research? No. No, someone who actually does research in my chat? No way. What's up, Kobar? What's up, Kobar? My guy. I've never seen someone who actually does research in my chat before. God bless you, friend. God bless you. At least someone has a brain. No offense, but at least someone fucking has, at least someone researches. Netflix and Meta were supposed to go bankrupt too. I never said Duolingo was going bankrupt. I said the stock's overvalued. Doesn't matter if they go bankrupt if the stock's overvalued. It's a shit investment. It's going to take you a long ass time for it to even be a good investment. The numbers are great. I don't see why people fear AI in this. It's the stock's overvalued. Has nothing to do with what you're talking about. What do I think of Expedia? I don't know. I haven't researched it. But I've never used Expedia before, so. When did you use Duolingo? When it like first came out. And I think I've tried it. I've tried to go back to it a few times, but it's not that great. It's not that great. I'm buying more. Well, good luck. It's not true. Q3 was the tax benefit. Either way, it counts for the full year. So if you're counting the tax benefit, they technically only made like for the tax. I don't know exactly what it is off the top of my head. 400, it's like 250s or somewhere around there. So technically they only made 150 million net income if you're not counting the deferred taxes. So not great. What makes it overvalued? What metrics do you guys use to measure this? I'm new to the game. Well, it only has, well, now it has 1.9 billion in assets and 800 million in liabilities. So technically it's only worth like 1.1, maybe 1.2 billion in assets, only making like 100 million in net income. So for it to get to a book valuation of a 5 billion market cap, that would literally take like 40 years. So it's overvalued from a fundamental perspective. And there's a bunch of different fundamental analysis equations you could use, but you know, that took me like 2 minutes to figure out. I don't need to sit and do a bunch of equations and shit. When it came out, it was totally shit. It teach me something like green bread and yellow tree, not happening now. It's totally different. Not really. I've used it recently. It's not much different. $40. God bless America. I mean, who knows? Maybe 10, 20 years down the road, they'll actually start making, 500-600 million profit. I don't fucking know. I'm just basing my opinion off what I see right now. I don't know what the future looks like, but even if by some miracle they start making way more, it's still going to take a long time for it to be at like fair value. I'm all out of this. Suggest me one alternative to replace this shit. Not financial advice, but I put all my money in GameStop, so. But as you know, GameStop's a really hated stock. But at least it's fairly valued and it's a good business. It's hard to find in the market, fair value and good business. Most things that are fair value or undervalued aren't good businesses. And yeah, so if you want to actually make money, I mean, I buy GameStop and that's all I buy. But that's up to you and your own research to figure out why I do that. Not here to hold your hand. They have a fun, cute logo that will go a long way. There you go. That's the bull thesis right there, D-Talk. That's the bull thesis right there. You got that cute little bird. Bullish. I see. So the first thing you tend to look at is assets, liabilities, then compare that to the market cap. If the market cap's higher, could be considered overvalued. Basically, but you also have to take into consideration how much money they're making because, if they could get to that book value in a relatively short amount of time, it could potentially be a good investment. But if it's going to take 20, 30, 40 years to get to that book value, then yeah, potentially it's overvalued. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of variables, but and also most stocks in the market are overvalued. Like if you go look at something like Apple, Apple only has, I forget exactly. We can do it real quick, top company in the world, making a lot of money. In Apple's last 10K, or the last year, they made 30 billion in they made 112 billion in net income their last year, and they're sitting on 359 billion in total assets, 285 billion in total liabilities, but Apple's stock is trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. So one of the top stocks in the world is overvalued, but they're making $112 billion a year in net income. So, the overvaluation kind of makes sense in some ways, but it's still overvalued, nonetheless. So, you kind of just have to also, make your own opinion as well. Like, in my opinion, Apple will probably grow forever, but it is overvalued. So, is it gonna grow forever? I think that's up for debate. Up until this point, it's only gone up for the most part. Obviously, there's been down years, down months. So, is Apple's valuation justified? Maybe, but it is overvalued. So it's also, would I ever buy Apple? No. I wouldn't. I'd buy the SPY or something. But, you know, it's also kind of an opinion thing as well. I just think GameStop, when you're looking at assets to market cap plus what they are making now in net income and what the future looks like, GameStop's fairly valued and the future looks bright. And if if GameStop end up working out and it becomes a overvalued stock and they're sitting on 20-30 billion in assets and the stock's sitting at like 60-70 billion market cap, I mean, how can you lose? How can you lose? I don't know. You know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And notice, you know, every time I mention GameStop in this chat, there's someone fucking laughing or talking shit. It's because it's actually a good investment. If nobody, you know, if everyone thought GameStop was a good investment, it wouldn't be a good investment. But because everyone hates it and everyone talks shit and everyone thinks they know everything, I mean, that makes me bullish. I love that people are so ignorant that they can't even, like, see past their ignorance. Do you just look at PE? Nah, I don't even look at PE. That's irrelevant to me. I'm sure it's relevant in some cases, but PE's not relevant, in my opinion. It's all about, you know, what is the stock price compared to what the business is. You know, if you're looking at... I also view the market differently. You know, I'm not necessarily looking for... Obviously, I'm looking for upside. Anyone who in the market is looking for upside, but I'm also looking to not have as much risk on the downside. And if the fundamentals are in my favor and the stock is fairly valued and the business is profitable and growing, I mean, you can't really lose. You know, does that mean the stock can't go down? No, of course the stock can go down. But at a fair valuation, I think you have a better chance than buying something that's potentially overvalued. You know, in professional gambling, you want to put the odds in your favor. You know, Hunger Games, let the odds forever be in your favor. In professional betting, professional gambling, betting, whatever you want to call it, stock picking, trading, you want the odds to be in your favor in the long term. So if you're buying something that's fair value, that's growing, the odds are in your favor. If you're buying something overvalued that's growing, you know, on a long enough time frame, maybe it'll work out for you, but the odds aren't in your favor. $85 million net income Q4 times 4 is $340 million net profit a year without any tax benefit, not $100 million, $1 billion cash on hand, 10% less stocks due to buybacks. Stick to the facts. What? Stick to what facts? That they're gonna do buybacks at an overpriced stock? That's a fact. Are they gonna make another 100, or are they gonna make another 400 million in net income this year? That's up for debate. There's no facts there. So you stick to the facts, my guy. And $1 billion on cash on hand doesn't matter if they blow it all. Which they're going to, from what it sounds like. It sounds like they're going to blow it all. What books would you recommend I read? Stupid finance book or some stupid stock trading technical analysis nonsense book. They don't want you to read this one. Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. This is a fire book. Screw stock market books. Screw finance books. Learn how to bet, bro. Learn how professional gambling actually works. You'll be more successful. Duolingo as the financial just so hated? You should have been in the stream earlier. Duolingo's not hated. People are fucking down 70% in 6 months and they still think it's bullish. Not a hated stock. It's an overvalued stock compared to the business. Risk to reward. Yes, sir. It's all that matters. Literally. Risk to reward is all that matters. 100%. Nobody else will tell you that, though. Nobody else will tell you that, though. Your volume slightly low? No, it's not. Seems fine. Sometimes you have to go through the pain to get the gain. I guess. Fair enough. Are you going to get gains buying an overvalued stock, though? Very debatable. Might be a lot of pain for no reason, and the pain might not even be worth the gain. What, you're going to sit on a stock, be down for 5-7 years, and then finally, maybe you make like a double or a triple? I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it. GameStop is still in limbo. GameStop. The expectation. The price it's at now is fair value. Yep. Walking on the beach. A wonderful company at a fair price rather than a fair company at a wonderful price. Amen, amen, amen. Amen, amen. Nah, bro, you gotta quote Einstein. What do you mean? What are you doing, bro? Why would you quote the greatest investor of the past 7-8 decades? You gotta quote Einstein. How dare you? How dare you? Oh man, what would you like to see Cohen do? Exactly what they're doing, honestly. Exactly what they're doing. Keeping quiet so people think it's trash. You know? I mean, the interview was enough. Says it's going to be a several $100 billion company. I mean, that's enough. I don't need to tell him. Say less, honestly. Say less. I was bullish before he told me that, but now that he said that, coming from the goat's mouth, saying it's going to be a several $100 billion company, I mean, I'll put in every dollar I make. I don't give a shit. There's nothing else. There's no other business that's going to go from a 10 billion in assets to several $100 billion. Like, that's not going to happen. I mean, it probably will. There'll probably be a lot of businesses that do that, maybe. But not as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, there's only one that's going to be worth several $100 billion in the next like 20, 30, 40 years. And I didn't even think it was going to be worth that. I thought it was going to be a lot less. But since the goat himself said it's going to be worth that, I'll You know? I'll believe Ryan Cohen over a bunch of people on the internet who have no clue how to invest. But I think it's time to get out of here. So, hope you guys have a good rest of your day / night, wherever you may reside. Maybe we'll see you again. Maybe not. But either way, I appreciate you. Later, Ruben. Later, bro. Later, Space Burrito. D-Talk, good seeing you again, bro. Hope you have a good one. I don't know who else is here, but I appreciate you. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day / night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless ya. Peace!